as I want, yeah. Or play it like a slow song. I'll keep it spinning, spinning in circles till the groove's gone. Fading out just like I said it's on, yeah. I'll play it like a slow song. I wanna play you. I wanna play you. Play it so slow, baby.
Talk to me, talk to me. Talk to me, talk to me. Looks like we're making up for lost time. Need you to spell it out for me. Bossa Nova on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave
Hi,
you the time
baddies.
and the
Hello,
place.
hello.
Don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it.
Hello.
Like it when you call me.
It's like a daily check-in, Schlo. This is why I'm down here a little bit. Oh, hello, hello. Good afternoon. How are we? Happy Monday. Happy Monday, y'all. Thank you guys. Hello, hello. Happy Monday. Your Switch 2 arrived. Oh my gosh, congratulations. That's exciting. Favorite start stream? Yes. I always got to put on a little something. A little something. We are good. Oh, I'm glad you're doing good. My throat is still a little fried, besties, so she's still a little quiet, but we're here. And I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Monday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. That new Steam Deck. Wait, Stream Deck. Which one? Oh, the one that I yes, the one I posted. It's T, right? Hi, my Zesty Melody. How are you? It's good to see you guys. Yeah, I'm still adjusting to these new meds, guys, but I'm doing good this morning. I got a lot done. Got a lot of things completed. Hi, Ash. How are you? I'm feeling not super drowsy today, which is good. I'm feeling like energized, so that's good. They are. I'm obviously still like adjusting to them. It's taking me a little while. My 3 things today. Oh my God, I did more than 3 things. I finished and posted that sponsored video, which you guys saw. I sent some invoices out I had to send. I did a sponsorship video I recorded and sent out, and I went through and responded to like 15 emails. So I did a lot of stuff this morning. And I got up on time, which is kind of good. Yeah. You seem so calm. I'm definitely way more calm for sure. Way more calm for sure. Oh, love that, Shlomo. Welcome. Glad you're here. Killing it, baddie. Yeah, lots of good things. Lots of good things. Guys, this week we're going to do something a little bit different. We're not going to yap a ton at the start of stream here on Twitch. I want to like get more hours in on TikTok. So we're going to like yap maybe for like 10 more minutes today. And then we're going to go right in on TikTok and start immediately. Exactly, Autumn. Hi, Kat. How are you? So that's kind of the plan for this week. I want to like do more of the just chatting also on TikTok at the same time while getting into the game, and kind of hopefully TikTok will be less pissed off this week from that. That's sort of my hope and dream today. How long? Like, so as long as you can whistle for definitely 15 minutes helps the most for sure. But yeah, no. Otherwise, I'm excited for this week. I'm going to try and really, my goal is to like stick to the schedule so that we have like I get good sleep, all those good things. Oh, I love that Demon Wolfie. What's free cash? It is a current sponsorship that we are doing, guys. It's wrapping up tomorrow, in 2 days from now, and we need 2 more folks to cash out. So 2 more folks got to cash out before and we got 2 days left, baddies. If you have not cashed out yet, but it's protect. Yeah, I love that, of course. But it's a free. If you can. Oh my God, Lace, that would be so slay. If you can, I give you a kissy. I give you a kissy because every person that cashes out, I get $50 extra for. So it's definitely slay if you can. Hi, Super Salty. How are you? It's good to see you. But yes, it ends on the 1st. Yeah, big smoochy. I saw your Stream Deck video just now. I've been looking at since you talked about before I want it. Yes, well, if you do, guys, I do have a discount code. If you do, I believe actually put Elgato in the chat. You can get it for cheaper using my code and my link, y'all. Which is kind of fun. So you can, if you ever want to buy one, you can use it that way. What else? What else? One game. Oh my God, Lace, I love that. Yes, there you go. There, code Zesty Bestie. Code Zesty Bestie, and using that link right there to help us out. Yeah, I got a lot done yesterday. I deep cleaned my after stream, guys. I like deep cleaned my apartment, which was really good. I like got a whole bunch of. I got my laundry all done. I did a little bit of grocery shopping. I got to do more grocery shopping, but I did some things. For this on April 1st. Oh my God. I believe it's 20% off. I don't want to say it's 20% off for sure. I feel like I typed that in and it's not correct. So someone will have to check to make sure. It might be 10%. But check to see. And yeah, no, I'm just I'm doing good. I've got all my Pokemon cards organized. They're over here right now. I have them all in, I'll show you guys. I have them all in boxes. I got them all put away into my boxes. So now I have them all organized. I have them all organized until my binders come. The binders got shipped today. So all my Pokemon cards are organized and in these until I have my binders here. And I have them like, this is like my big rare cards. These are like my medium rare cards. And then I have another box that's like not super rare, but worth more than like 30 cents type cards. So I did that yesterday and got those all organized after stream. And I crocheted too, guys. I thought of going to that card meetup. I think I'm gonna go. I need to look into it, Cole. It's on Saturday. And I think I might go. It's on Saturday. It's only 45 minutes from my house, so I'm like, ooh, I could go. I'm like, ooh, I could go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Look, I know it's cute, right? Mirai, oh my gosh, yes, Rot, please do. But it's, yeah, there is a card show happening near me on Saturday. And I'm like, you know, that could be kind of cute if I went. I also crocheted, guys. I'm still working on the Bulbasaur, but look, you can kind of see it's taking shape. The Bulbasaur is taking shape, baddies. So we're gonna crochet a little bit as we play today too. And just get ready for the day. Cute, right? I know it's kind of cute. I kind of love it. And yeah, that's kind of all the big news. Tell us she's dropping apples. Oh my gosh. Yes, I hope everything's okay too. Yes, cute, right? Just working on little things. So I'm feeling very, very good. We're gonna do Fortnite today. At least for the majority of the day. We're gonna do Fortnite today. And then tomorrow will probably be Minecraft. And maybe Pokopia too. Maybe we'll do both of those. That's sort of my plan as of right, at least for now until Wednesday. And then we'll kind of play it by ear and go from there. Mongolian beef. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I have a crock pot meal going right now. Tuna noodle casserole, baby. Because I actually love tuna noodle casserole. I think it's divine. Did you get the Hercules skin? I have not purchased it yet. I'm still torn. I don't know yet. I'm still torn. I'm like, like I really want it, but also, I don't know, you know? Right, Mal? Did you buy cards or what did you buy? Oh my God, Mal, it's so bad. It's so bad. I know you're bidding it. Yeah, it's Whatnot is like, it's addicting. Oh my God, guys, I got a new Switch case. Do you want to see what I got for my new Switch case? So they Pokemon Sparks. Yes, I've been loving getting back into my Pokemon era. It's been so fun. Look at this cute case I got for my Nintendo Switch, guys. They're supposed to be like it's supposed to be the little Tetris blocks. Isn't that so cute? Yeah, I don't have enough for it. That's the issue, Ashley. I don't have enough. Isn't it so cute? I kind of like love it. And it came with like different size handles, but I was like, oh my God, that's so me, so creative, so fun. So I got a little Nintendo Switch 2 case, but I really love it. It's so fun. It's so fun. I don't know. Just fun shit, guys. Just fun shit. But no, I hope you guys are doing well and having a good day. Q, is Switch 2 worth it? I think the Switch 2 is gonna be, I mean, it's gonna become, also thank you, Emma, for signing up for free cash. Hi Al. I think it's gonna, realistically, you're gonna have to upgrade eventually. I'll be real with you. Oh, I love that. And I have arrived. I love it. Dissociation. Literally me today. Because the games are going to start just being on Switch 2. Like Pokopia is just the first of most of the new games coming out will be Switch 2 exclusives. Because eventually they're just going to phase out the first Switch, you know, completely, unfortunately. So it is really large. I actually like the handheld mode on it though, Jesse. I don't mind it. I thought I'd hate it more, but I actually don't mind it. The screen, because the screen is so big. But I also have big hands. Ooh, big hands. So who knows? But yes, y'all, I'm still adjusting to my meds, so we'll see how today goes. See how we get later on in the afternoon. I like the size. I think part of it for me, Jazzy, was like I needed on the back. I needed like, I'm a person who needs grips, and adding these grips helped so much because otherwise it feels really clunky to hold it, you know? Hi, Shan, how are you? Oh my God, I said you love, right? But big knuckles is true. Big what? Ooh, what do you say? So I think the grips really helped, and they come with like 10 different sizes as well. So it's not just like big ones, like they have smaller ones too for it fits every hand. So this one is just like the one that fits my hand the best and is most comfortable for me. But I think that helped me a lot with handheld gaming on the Switch 2. But yeah, I do think the Switch 2 will become like the norm moving forward. Very, very soon. No complaints. It's the large. Yeah, for Blue Cross. Now listen. Now holds one. But yeah, we're gonna get started TikTok here in just a second, guys. I'm gonna open up Fortnite actually, and I'm gonna like get us going because I want to start doing like just chatting on TikTok as well. They're from a company I bought from them. I got Switch 1 cases from them. That's called Skull and Co. I know that sounds crazy. They rebranded to like Savage Raven or something, but Skull and Co. They're from the UK, I believe. Brittany, thank you for the resub. Oh my God, thank you, Batty. I appreciate that. How much even is the S2? I don't know. I don't know. I bought it on the release. I bought it on the release. Just chatting stream you did. Yeah. We're gonna like chat and we're gonna do like the intro and stuff, but I feel like I just want to get more time on TikTok, you know what I mean? More time on TikTok. So we'll see. 450 I pay for mine. Yeah, I got the one. I got the bundle. I got the one with the Mario Kart game or whatever. So you know what I mean. So it's a little bit. It was whatever the Mario Kart one is. Your body's fighting you today? Oh no, guys! It's like 70 degrees here. It's beautiful outside here in my area. I was like, what the hell? Nuggets on the move. Thank you for the follow. I was like, what the hell? This is crazy. But yeah, I was like, ooh, okay. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well as well for this Monday. Imagine a stream where you use your Switch. I mean, we've played Pokopia on stream. I want to play more of it for sure. Pokopia, I want to play more of it as well. Oh, do I think we're 70 degrees? I know. It's 69 out right now. Ayo. But yes, no, I'm just feeling good. These new meds are definitely making my brain quieter, which is very interesting. It's a little less intense than it was yesterday, I found on Instagram. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here. It's a little less intense than yesterday, I found, but like still pretty good. Shlo, thank you also for saying for gosh, I so appreciate that. 6-7 outside, 7-6 in my house. Yeah, I might need to turn on the AC. If it gets hotter in here, I'm like, ooh, girl. And thank you for selling your first game. I do go with a quiet mind. Yeah, today's less of a quiet mind, I will say. A little bit less, which is nice. But I definitely needed it. You know what I needed, I think. So we'll just have to keep seeing how it goes and how my body keeps adjusting to it. You know what I mean? It keeps adjusting to it. I will say the medication was more effective when I ate breakfast first, and I didn't eat breakfast first this morning. So That was also, I think, part of the tea, part of the shade. And so one day, that's crazy. It's been wild. We snowed the other day. Now it's like 70 degrees outside. I'm like, girl, make up your damn mind. Make up your damn mind. I can't even. But it do be what it do be. Well, listen, baddies, I want to do just chatting on TikTok too. So I want to switch us over. I know it's going to be a little bit different this week, but I want to like get us started on TikTok and we'll do like what we normally do. We're going to do like, obviously like the TikTok show that we have to do, but it's going to also be, we'll do like just chatting as well. So it'll be both. It'll be a little bit of both before we start. So that is my plan. That is my plan for the afternoon. So let me switch over to the game screen, baddies. Let me get things set to go here. Maybe if I can hit the right things. So here it is, guys. The Hercules bundle. I'm so torn. I want it so I'm like, ugh. Like I really do want it. I haven't decided if I'm gonna purchase it yet. 4,000. I know. That's the real kicker. Hell yeah. That's the real goddamn kicker. You know what I mean? That's the real goddamn kicker. Lindsay, you do not have to do that, bestie. And it's been 100 degrees. Yeah. But here's the thing. Normally I'd be like, screw it. But guys, when I say, if you guys have been a part of my stream for any amount of time, whenever somebody asks, what skins do you want to see in Fortnite? What is the number one answer? I literally always say, Hades. Every time somebody asks me, I literally always say Hades. I would kill for a Hades skin. Like for literal a year plus. And that's why I'm like, you know what I mean? And then I give Lindsay, you don't have to do that though, baddie. You don't have to do that. I mean, I'm happy to, if you would like to, that's fine. I mean, but you do not have to do that. You do not have to do that. Honestly, Lindsay, I'd rather go towards goals here. You know what I mean? Hi, Big Hoof. How are you? Like that's, you know what I mean? Literally, I hate it. Yeah. It's like, it's just so much, you know, it's so much. But it's so good. I think I'm going to do it, guys. I think I'm going to cross the picket fence. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to just buy the exact amount that I need though for it and not buy anything else. Like I'm not going to, again, I have not even looked at the shop in weeks. I'm literally just going to buy the one Hercules skin and then that's it. And that's it. And I probably won't even wear it for a little bit to like not advertise it. I feel like I'll save it maybe till it's like out of the shop. I mean, maybe we'll wear it once today, but like, I think if I don't advertise it very much too. All right, I'm doing it. Don't mind me, guys, as it takes me to my PayPal here. I have $5 rewards, so God, it's so expensive, y'all. So expensive. $30. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, Lindsay, just save it for our goals on other platforms. Like, please. Wild. Wait, sent? Wait, did you send something? Wait, do I need to J. Louise. Oh my God, thank you. Well, now I have extra V-Bucks. I'll get the rest of them too, because I do want Meg as well. So like I'll get the rest of them. But thank you so much. That's literally so kind of you. Oh my God. Thank you. Can we get some huge slays for that as well? In case someone claims redeem. Yeah, I'll save it. I mean, I'll save it, you know. I'll save it. There we go. Claim all of them. There we go. All right. And now we are done. And now we spend no more. We do no more. We make no more. All right. We do no more. And I just use rewards. It's really hard. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You know, it's like, I also think too, part of it is conscientious spending. You know what I mean? Because at least for me, and I'm sure a lot of you guys did this, whenever a cute skin popped in the shop, I was like, oh, purchased. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Like, oh, you know what I mean? I wouldn't even think about it. I just purchased the skin. You know what I'm saying? So I think this also is a big thing. It's like now we just have to be more conscientious about what we buy rather than like buying everything that pops into the shop all the time, you know? like I'm going crazy for no reason. You know what I mean? Like just crazy for no reason. Like you don't need to, So I think that's an important thing too that I've like been like, okay, I'm like, all right, you know what I mean? Do anyone? I literally, and now I'm like, nope, I'm not even looking at it. You got Cliff. We're just doing solos right now. I'm sorry, friend. No, if it's a character that means a lot to you, yeah, I think that's the whole thing. Hi, little ducky. How are you? All right, so we're gonna start on TikTok, y'all, because I want to do some yapping on TikTok. We're gonna we're doing a little something different this week. We're not gonna be on Twitch for like a full hour because I want to start making sure that we like get some more hours in on TikTok as well. So we're gonna go live on TikTok, y'all. Don't forget your daily heart me's help a bunch. All those good things. You're going to a baseball game today? Nice. I haven't been to a baseball game in years. Oh my God. And consumerism, I agree. All those things help a bunch. And we'll get started over there. I'm doing good, Francisco. We're going to keep doing just chatting, but we're just going to start on TikTok as well. All right. So we're going to hit that go live button over there. We're going to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Orioles, nice. I love that. Oh my God. I've only been to a Red Sox game and a Yankees game. And we're rocking and rolling. A pound cake. Happy Monday, TikTok. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello. How are we doing? Hi, Doja Cat. Welcome in. Hi, Landon. Good afternoon. I was thinking for the heart me. Hi, Joy. Hi, Liz. Y'all, we are starting a little bit earlier on TikTok. We're trying to do some more earlier times on TikTok, baddies. So welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well and having a good day. It's been doing that recently, Al. Did it do it for you? Did it do it for you? Madison, thank you for the Go Popular. Welcome in. You are here. We are literally just at the go live on TikTok, y'all. We did. So good afternoon. Lorena, Liz, thank you guys. Hello. Hi, Steph. How are we? Guys, thank you for the heart me's getting us started and those taps to get us rolling and grooving. I appreciate you. Hi, Christina. Hi, Talon. How are we? You okay? Yeah, you sound tired? No, Queen Glitches, I started a new mental health medication. So I'm currently experiencing several of the side effects, and one of those is drowsiness and dry throat. So I'm not sick, but I have a dry throat right now because of that. Oh, Al, I love that. So earlier stream, I love that. Yeah. So that's currently what's going on right now. Oh my gosh, wait, that's crazy. Yeah, for sure. Hi, Nova. Oh, Liz, welcome in. But yes, we started TikTok a little bit earlier. Usually we yap on Purple for like the first hour of stream. But I thought I want to start getting more time on TikTok back in the day. So we're gonna play the game, but we're gonna yap a little bit to start as well and do our like normal things, but also like do some of the just chatting that we do on Purple on TikTok as well. That's right, Christina. Hi, Kai. How are you? Hi, Gemma. But if you're new here, guys, let's start with a little native New Yorker to get us in the mood on this Monday.
A little vamping.
Well, yeah. Okay.
And guess what? No one opens the door.
They are.
For a native New Yorker.
Here I go. Welcome in. Abigail, thank you for the Go Populars. Guys, don't forget your heart me's as you're coming in. We're trying to get to 50, so every single one counts so much, so thank you. I do hope you guys are having a good day. We did a Just Chatting stream yesterday because I'm taking new mental health medications, guys, and so they have been throwing me through the loop in good ways, but I was exhausted yesterday. So we really just like chilled yesterday. Hi, Matt. How are you? The Cruz, yeah, exactly, Shen. Yeah. And that's only for this month. I think they're changing it next month. They just forgot to do it because of the layoffs. Isn't that crazy? But yes, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Guys, we still need 40 more heart me's. So don't forget your daily heart me if you're coming in. And thank you for tapping and sharing out that live as well. And if you're new here, we're going to shout out every new follower who comes in right now as well. Izzy, hello. How are you? I lost again. Thank you for the heart me. I'm doing good, Miranda. I'm doing very, very good. I started some new mental health medications today or on Friday. And I had some like definitely initial really big adjustments, but I'm feeling really, really good now. Mrs. Frosty Gaming, thank you for the heart me. Hi, Leah. How are you? Welcome in, guys. How are we doing? Happy Monday. I haven't been here for months at all. That's okay, Jolene. I'm glad that you're here. All right, Batty. And that's what matters. Rach, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, we're starting a little bit earlier on TikTok. AOS, hello. And hi, Shrek. Hi, Belinda. How are we doing, y'all? How are we feeling? I hope you guys are having a good Monday and vibing. Emily, thank you for the follow. You are fabulous, my friend. Yeah, it's an older one, Amy. Hi, Velvet. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Me, huh, to go. And guys, let's get those taps and shares rocking and rolling. Thank you so freaking much. Bessie, what's the shade on Hades? It was gifted to me by J. Louise, which is very thankful. I don't know if I'll be wearing it because I don't know if I want to showcase it until it's out of the shop. You know what I mean? Lady Phantom, thank you for the heart me, but it was gifted to me. And Amy, thank you for the follow. I so appreciate you. Thank you, Chase. Yes, I'm on my Pokemon grind these days. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But y'all, thank you. We're almost to 5 new followers and we're almost halfway with our Heart Me goal. Don't forget your daily Heart Me's if you're coming in. Let you join the team and they are literally the most amazing thing you can drop. I'll give you a big smoochie. Wait, why when it's out of the shop? Because we are currently boycotting anything Fortnite related purchasing. Fortnite purchasing because of the layoffs that they did. They laid off 1,000 employees. And I think it's important. Paulina, thank you for the follow. If that's the case, I doubt it. I don't think Nintendo would. That would be the first thing Nintendo would do. I think Nintendo would do something else first. 1,000, holy crap, 1/3 of their employees. Yeah, they laid off 1/3. Hunter, thank you for the heart me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 1/3. I'm gonna show out the next 5 folks who drop heart me's as well, y'all. So thank you. That's insane. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Chloe, thank you for the heart puff. Hi, Lissa. We're just getting started, y'all. Why? The reason is they're not making enough money, but I could get into it. I feel like I've talked about it a lot, but why are we boycotting from Fortnite? Because they laid off 1,000 of their employees and they raised the cost of V-Bucks. They laid off 1/3 of their employees and they raised the cost of V-Bucks exponentially. And so I'm going to do my part to the best of my ability to say that I'm not comfortable with them laying off 1,000 employees. And they're closing Ballistic, they're closing Festival Battle Pass, and they're closing Rocket Racing. So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. So you know what I mean? For just for me personally, I feel like I do what I can, and that's one thing I can do. Malachi Arctic, thank you for the follow. Hi, Minsung, welcome in. Festival Battle Pass is gone. No, guys, the Festival Battle Pass is staying, but the Festival Battle Stage is not. That's kind of ass backwards. Exactly, Christina. Exactly. Hi, Atug, how are you? Adela, thank you for the Zesty Vesty Mints. If you want to read all about it, guys, Twitter posts 1,000 articles a day. I really recommend you guys stay informed on this. Every time you log in, you do agree to these changes, including the Battle Pass, all these changes. So, guys, whenever you log into Fortnite and a screen pops up with text, you guys should read it in the most loving way possible, and I love you so much. It's our responsibility as consumers to read the changes that are happening, and they were all over the Fortnite screen. So make sure to read them, guys, when they do pop up. It's very important to do so because then you'll see all those changes, you know. As for thank you for the follow, they're not removing Festival. They're removing the battle mode. Y'all. Abby, thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. Again, read the articles, guys. Read the stuff that's on when it pops up on the screen. It'll tell you what's on there. Hi, Abby. It's good to see you. But I hope you guys are doing well and having a good Monday. We're just vibing and thriving. We're yapping for a little bit. Is that because they plan on a Rocket League? Yeah, it's going. Try to book out and then, yeah, I know. I'm obsessed with your streams. Oh, of course, Landino. That's insane. It's so backwards. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Michaela, thank you for the hot cross buns. And guys, thank you so much for all the love. We're yapping for a few. So we're starting a little bit earlier on TikTok today. And we did a little less just chatting on Purple because I thought, well, let's do some more just chatting on TikTok as well. As I crochet and do things. So we're doing a little bit more of that. Hi, Toast, how are you? Hi, Ireland. It's good to see you. Is that skin new? No, this skin's been around for a long time. Kept the amounts the same. Yeah, exactly, Elle, for sure. That's the thing is they're raising the prices of things in the shop too. And guys, thank you for those taps and follows. And we're 20 heart me's away. We're making a Bulbasaur, Alyssa. It's a Ditto version of Bulbasaur. A Ditto version of Bulbasaur. So that's it's a big one. Hi, George. How are you? My weekend was good, Forrest. I did stream yesterday. I started new mental health medications this past Friday. So my body's been really adjusting to those. If you know, you know. I've been very tired. My mouth is very dry. That's why my throat sounds like it's dead. But it's been a good start and a good adjustment. So I'm very, very happy about that. So I feel a lot better. I feel a lot less stressed and that my brain is going 1,000 miles a minute. So it's the first medication that I'm starting, and then we're going to keep adding things in. And I have an appointment on Friday for adjustments. So it's starting out, but I'll tell you what, my sleep has gotten a lot better because of it, guys. Last night I slept 7.5 hours, and you guys know I never get that much sleep. I never get that much sleep. See you with the sub. I never get that much sleep, so it's definitely doing some good things. Good things, y'all. Let's introduce myself, by the way. If you're scrolling by and new, let me introduce myself a little bit to say hello before we hop into a game and keep chatting, y'all. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Well, Kenna, I'm glad you're here, babes. Here just from time for the intro. You guys got it. If you are new here, guys, we play a lot of different games. We don't just play Fortnite. We yap, we crochet, we play Minecraft. We do a whole bunch of different things. We're currently literally obsessed with Pokemon cards right now. So I'm in my Pokemon card era. What I did yesterday, guys, I organized all my Pokemon cards. I said this on Purple when I got started. And Kay and Caroline, thank you for the follows. I organized all of my Pokemon cards. So now I have them. Hold on, I'll show you. I have them all in all boxes now. So I have my super rare cards in here and my semi-rare cards in here. I do take it, Viper. Yes, I do. That's what I do take. And so I'm waiting for my binders to come in, but I got got them nice and organized. So I'm very excited about that for my Pokemon collection. You have, of course. Don't tell me you're never. Are you gonna get some cards graded? I am. Sorry, I'm grabbing some right now. What's the rarest card you have? It's this one right here. This Jolteon, if graded and it got a PSA 10, is worth about 10 grand. Will I ever get that? Probably not. It's not a PSA 10 for sure. Because it's been in my collection since I was a kid, and definitely has some use, but it's pretty valuable. This one's pretty valuable. So that one's one of my most valuable ones. I also have I have ones from again, the year I was born, 1998. I have some from 1996, the originals. I have a lot of old vintage cards from back in the day. Or keeping the same schedule times. Keeping the same schedule times. Lexi, we may start doing later, but right now, because I'm starting new medication, I might be kind of consistent with the usual time that we've been on, just because I want to focus on that. Literally get Chesters. Computer, make these guys super gay and horny. So my focus right now is getting these new mental health meds that I'm taking sort of regulated in my body before I'm yeah, let's switch everything up. You know what I mean? So as of right now, we're keeping the same time. Of course, I'll let you guys know if something changes. But right now, for this current moment, we're keeping things consistent in our start time. I'm trying to start a little bit earlier though on TikTok though, to get us more time on TikTok. But if you are new here, welcome in. We do have our heart me's. We're almost to 10 followers, and thank you for tapping and sharing. How many shares do we have on TikTok? And Mystic, how are you? It's good to see you. And let me play my other intro too.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald. 10. Oh, we gotta crank that up, baby.
You know I am that girl.
Let's get to work, Connie.
Don't kiss and tell.
We gotta get to work.
ATL.
The goal always in the first 10 minutes is 30, and it's been 10 minutes. So let's see if we can get that moving and grooving, y'all. Even just copying the link helps a bunch. You're psychotic. Thank you, Miranda. I appreciate it. And we're just 10 heart me's away, y'all. We'll hop into a game once we finish on our heart me stuff. We're just yapping for a little bit. I'm trying to do more yapping on TikTok at the start of stream, and if you didn't know, usually we yap for the first hour on Purple and then go live on TikTok. But today we were only yapping on TikTok for 10 minutes, or on Purple for 10 minutes, and then I went live on TikTok. So that's kind of my goal, is to start bringing yapping more back into the TikTok streams as well. I do, Abby. I recognize the frog next to your name. Hi, Grace. Connor, it depends specifically. I have two PCs. I have a gaming PC and a streaming PC. So I have two. I have two. Hi, I'm new and already obsessed. Christine, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. The invite for my 10-year reunion was sent out. Horrifying. Literally horrifying. Literally horrifying. That's crazy. Did you just get on? BB, we got on 13 minutes ago. Yes. Yep, we just got on. We just got on about 13 minutes ago. We're doing some more just chatting on TikTok, y'all, as well. Hi, Mar, welcome in. And Lainey loves cats. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are all doing good. I'm feeling really good today, so thank you for being here. Thank you for popping in as we get TikTok back into moving and grooving a little bit. Thank you, Alyssa, for that. What time is it for me? It's 2:21. 2:21 for me right now. Ooh, I screwed up somewhere. That's okay. I fixed it. I missed my PC. I'm not good at Fortnite on console. Oh, I could never do controller Fortnite. You didn't miss anything. We're just doing a little yapping, and I'm crocheting a little bit to get us started as well, y'all. To get us started as well. I'm crocheting a little bit. We're making a little Bulbasaur right now. But why don't we hop into our first round, Spiteful J, and we'll keep yapping a little bit, but let's hop into our first round and just get started. And keep going. And guys, thank you for the heart me's. We're very close with those. And welcome on in. And we're almost to 10 followers too. Above casual and smell good and say hi everyone. Sorry, what? Cold catfish? I missed that. The third parties are out today. I feel like they're out crazy this season. I feel like days are going by so fast. Isn't that crazy? What's your thought on the new season? I actually quite like the new season. I actually do quite enjoy the new season. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of the new season. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. Drone controller, that feels more like a... Does it? I'm sure it does, yeah. But yeah, guys, this week we have planned a lot more Fortnite. Malachi, thank you for the 50 biddies. I appreciate that. A lot more Fortnite we have planned. We also have Minecraft, maybe some more Pokopia too, guys. It's such a good skin, Josh. My show is on. Hello, I'm new. Chloe, welcome in. Thank you guys for following if you're new too. I'm thinking, I'm trying to think of other things that we want to do on stream this week. I don't know. Again, I'm adjusting to my meds, so we'll see how I feel. But I do want to play more Pokopia for sure. Chloe, thank you for the follow. I need some of our rivals. I know. Shows our Fortnite. I got it, Theo, if you want to. I'm doing good, Kylie. I'm doing very good. Polly Pocket build, I thought. Did you bougie? Oh my gosh. I bookmark a bunch of builds. Josh, I have been playing off stream, but I've been a little, I won't lie to you, I've been a little not consistent with it. Just because I've gotten overwhelmed in a good way, but I feel like I don't know where to start building. I'm like, oh my God. Bryce, thank you for the follow. I'm like, I don't know where to start building, you know? Did you, Jolise? I love that. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Nothing new, Broth. Nothing new as if like over the past few days. It's so cute. I know. And Vanta, thank you for the follow too. Welcome in. Gonna lurk, you will get ready for your day. Oh, okay, Jay. I love that for you. I love that for you, baddie. Hello, hi. Do you like solos? Yes. Nayeli, I want to bring back scary games one day. Viper, thank you for the follow. I am Ariana. Welcome in. I want to bring back a lot of the games that I want to do. There's so many games that I'm like, yeah, guys, I want to bring that back, and then I never do. But there's just more things. There are definitely more things I want to like play on stream and do. You know. We gotta get TikTok back to like its OG state a little bit for us, but then once we do, I think we'll be able to adjust a little bit, you know. Spiteful J, thank you for subbing. Oh my gosh, I so appreciate that. And Solo in Squads, yeah. Poppy Playtime. I don't know if I'd love Poppy Playtime. Maybe I would. Yeah, well, right now I'm taking things one day at a time, for sure. Especially with my new meds and stuff. I'm like, I gotta just like focus one day at a time for now, and then from there, we can start like playing around. But I definitely want to be more locked in, you know, on like, I'm already getting so much better, guys. Like, I don't know how to tell you guys, like, yes, I started new meds this week. Like, if you guys know me, you know my sleep schedule has been awful, right? Like, usually it's like 4 in the morning, and then I'm like trying to wake up later on in the day and try and like be on for stream on time. And it's just been like, not. It should be something like, no, it doesn't sound like a jet engine. But like recently with these new meds, I've been going to sleep on time, waking up early. So like, I don't know. I'm feeling like pretty good about all that. So that's pretty nice. You seem more calm? Yeah, for sure. Hi, Tonka Jahari. How are you? Hi, Bride. It's good to see you. Guys, welcome in if you're just joining in. I hope you're doing well. Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. I so appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Gamers for non-shooting games that aren't Animal Crossing or Sims. I mean, Pokopia is a lot of fun. Watch the TikTok these days. Right now, Mal, yeah, for sure. Mertana City, I do. Right now, TikTok for sure. We're trying to get that back up in the running, but Coral Island, yeah, I'm trying to think of like other games. Somebody keeps mentioning to me Crimson Desert just came out too. I gotta change the goal, y'all. Let me do that real quick. Hold on. Crimson Desert was one. I would love to soon, please. That people mentioned a lot. If I can get this set, hold on, let me set a finger heart goal, y'all. There we go. Done. Okay. Mother of Dragons. Wait, I love that. What about like indie games? Indie games are so good too. I do not, Nox. No, I do not. We got somebody shooting over here. Memory Gobbler. Wait, where's the person? I see them behind the... It's a bot. It's a bot. Best you play. I don't play Dead by Daylight. No, I don't know if I like Dead by Daylight. People keep telling me I need to play it. Ray, thank you for the finger hearts. Thank you, Erica. People keep telling me I need to play it. Where was I gonna shot from? Again, more bots. I'll take them though. Which pickaxe? Sorry. Nox, you're not gonna be able to guess it because I have 2 PCs. So you're never gonna guess what GPU I have because I have 2 computers that I'm running on right now. Depending on who you can play with can be funny. Amani, thank you for the zesty mints. Favorite candy? I love Twix, actually. I also have become a lover of, I never used to like sour candy, but I actually love like sour candy these days. I don't eat candy very often. No, Nox, nope. I don't eat sour candy very often. Right for sure for me. But I do like the white one. Oh yeah, the paint one. Yes, I did. I think I got that. I don't know if it came into my inventory though. You're partial to bottle caps? Oh my god. Stream Sour Candy by Gaga. Now listen. Nox, I'm not gonna keep doing this, but thank you for wondering. I don't remember off the top of my head, so I can't tell you. I don't know. I have 2. I have a NVIDIA 40, I think a 4060 and a 5070, I believe is what I have. A 4060 and a 5070. Bubby, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. I want Twizzlers so bad. I never really liked licorice that much. Love me a Kit Kat bar. Yeah. Aaron, thank you for the follow. The only thing I like this season is people will start arriving and run across the map from you. Yeah. That is funny. Tomas, thank you for the gifties as well. Thank you guys for the love. You love sour candy, so making my teeth hurt just hearing about it. See, I like it. I never used to like it, but recently I've been a big fan. I've never had Mexican candy before. I've never had it before. I'd be down to try it though. I'll tell you what. Eating Starbucks for Trader Joe's? Oh my god. You know what I do like? I like that. Is it Tony's chocolate you get at Trader Joe's? I am a big fan of that. I did get a bar of that like a couple of weeks ago when I was like, oh, gee. Peach rings are my favorite. Ooh, Amy, thank you for the follow. Stream one day, I would love to. Mia, thank you for the follow too. Sweet or spicy? See, I've never had, I probably do sweet. I don't like spicy food. My stomach can't do spicy, so if it's like spicy candy, I don't think I could do that. You're not spicy candy. Give me some gummy sharks. My mom loves Swedish fish. She's like a Swedish fish fanatic. Hi, Jaquee, how are you? She's a Swedish fish fanatic, which I don't need this. What am I doing? Have you tried Swedish cat? No, I see it all the time on TikTok. Freckles, thank you for the finger hearts. I see it all the time on TikTok. There's a lot of sweet Mexican candy. Are there? I do. Oh, yeah, you do expert PO box. You can find it. The info there. Sweet fish too. I like both. I like sweet and salty. I think it depends though. I will say I don't love stuff that's like super gooey on candy. I don't like stuff that's super gooey. You know what I mean? Like gooey candy, I'm like, ugh, you know? Gooey candy, I'm like, oh, no thanks. You know what I mean? Or stuff that's like, I don't know. Like, I don't like to eat candy and have a mess. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I'm obsessed. Oh my gosh. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I was just Chichi. I love it. It's fantastic. What about sour gushers? I've never see. I don't like gushers. I don't think I enjoy gushers. I don't think I'd enjoy gushers. Somebody, Bush maybe. Nope. Okay. Literally, how did he kill me? Literally, how did he kill me? That's crazy. That's crazy. He was so low too. He must have dropped so much health. That's crazy. Oh, okay, Sonnet. Love that. Yes, but thank you for the heart me. Yeah. Nox, please stop, bestie. This is your final warning. Okay, thank you so much. This skin eats. I do like the skin a lot. It's a good one. When we said, don't worry about yourself, I got slips. Yeah, I was like, okay, girl. Damn. A chase always. A chase always. You know what? It's my own fault because I did a nasty and I third partied. And you know what? I'm guilty of that. And I should have lost. You know what I mean? I should have lost because I third partied. Polish they brought back Polish. What's Polish candy like? I've never had Polish candy. And I third partied. So you know what? I guess I deserve that. Anyways, y'all, welcome in. If you're new here, let me introduce myself again.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me.
I know.
Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am
I'm
that
that
girl.
girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go
From
from ATL.
ATL. From ATL, baby. And guys, thank you for the heartbeats and the love. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the finger hearts as well, too, guys. 8 no crumbs. That's right. That's right. Best intro ever. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you enjoyed it, make sure to leave a follow, besties. Make sure if you enjoyed it. Still obsessed with that song? I know. The wink is so good. I know. Canadian ketchup chips. That sounds disgusting. I'm sorry. I think ketchup's nasty. So anything ketchup flavored. Gross. Honey, thank you for the follow. Anything ketchup flavored. I'm like, no thanks. No thanks. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be real, guys. And Toast Fudge, thank you for the tiny buddies. Any like food that is designed to taste like other food, I'm not a fan of. So like when Lay's released like all those like pizza chips or like cheeseburger chips, like all those things, like absolutely not. Hi Ash, how are you? I was like, absolutely not. Hi, Megan. Oh, your internet's out. Wait, oh my God. Man witch? I've had man witch before. I mean, I love a man and a witch. I don't know. Yes, thanks, baddies. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, baddies. I don't know why I threw those down first. Hi, Courtney's. Welcome in. And what about pickle flavored chips? No. No, I barely like pickles as it is. Girl, gag me with a spoon. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never in a million years. Hi, Vibes by Vince. We've been on for 27 minutes on TikTok. On TikTok. Well, I love pickles. No, I'm not a huge pickle fan. I'll be real. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baddies. I like a good like a pickle that you eat like on a, I don't know, on a what do you call it? Like a charcuterie board, you know. Leroy, I am. Yes, Zesty Bestie over there. Zesty Bestie over there. Yeah. Do these give you a slurp? Yeah, they do, don't they? Boop. There we go. What about like sour cream and onion chips? Nah, I mean, I guess I don't hate those, but they would never be my first. Ooh, hello. Why did I take my gun? But it would never be my first choice. No, Lexi, I have not. I have not. Girl, what am I doing with my inventory right now? Do you prefer gherkins? I don't know. Yeah. My brain was like, wait, what's a gherkin? And I'm like, oh wait, now I know. I think I'm gonna keep the app. You talked to him? No, actually I don't. Hi Musif, how are you? Have you tried pickled green beans? No, I've had pickled like radishes before. I do like those quite a bit. Where is this guy? Ooh, I see him. Girl. I was like, can I land a shot on this guy right now? I was like, girl, now we're just hungry. I know. Now we're just hungry baddies. Mercedes with the sub. Beans on toast. I'm sorry. That sounds revolting to me. Beans on toast literally sounds like, I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about it. I'll be so real. Beans on toast, I sound sick to my stomach just thinking about it. Hi Cash, how are you? Like it just sounds nasty to me in general. You know, there's nothing, I just can't. Hi Sally. It's so good. Yeah, but like how? I also think of beans as like, where's your Labubu? Oh, Cash, that's been gone for a month. We don't have any Labubus on here anymore for several weeks now. I mean, months now it's been gone. Yeah, it's foul. Yeah, I think about like the beans that I guess in America we have, which are far different probably than the ones in the UK. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like they're probably a little bit different. I like the new season, Teal. I don't know if the bugs will be fixed because they fired half their employees, or a third of their employees. But I do like the new season quite a bit, I will say. Oops, somebody's nearby. Where? Ooh. Girl, I had to lock in there. Girl, I had to lock in there. He was like you see him like squatting though? Oh my God, no, I'm getting third partied. Hold on, y'all. Gotta lock in. Jeez. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you for being here. Oh my God. See, are the baked beans like barbecue baked beans? I see. That's the thing I don't. Oh, didn't even do that. God damn it. That's the thing I don't really quite understand about them. You know what I mean? I'm like, Lizzie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, we did recover from that. I was afraid we were gonna get third partied. I was like, oh my God, it's over. It's so ogre, girls. It's so ogre. I don't know why I said ogre. They aren't like American baked beans at all. Oh, okay, tea. Oh, okay, tea. It's a tomatoey sauce. That's all right, Sana. We don't want to give them any money anyways, right? Like a tomatoey sauce. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, so like, what do the beans taste like? See, I think of beans as like Heinz's baked beans. You know what I mean? So I think of, I don't know. It just, to me, it seems different. Sorry, I'm still on the bean thing here. Now it's giving ketchup. See? Now it's giving ketchup. You get it. You guys get it. By the way, guys, if I seem a little bit tired today, if I seem a little bit like my voice is fried, I started new medications for my mental health meds, and I'm currently dealing with the side effects of them. And they're great. They're doing great for me. But I just want to let you guys know that is the current situation. If you're like, wait, SG seems a little more calm today. That is why. That is why. Brianna, thank you for the Finger Hearts title gifter for those. Abby, thank you for the follow too. I always love to be as honest as I can about my mental health struggles and things that I go through. So I'm always happy to answer questions about it too. Not a rivalry starting. He's over there though. Your game since I started working, get a bit exhausted when I get off. I feel Teal, yeah, I feel you, bestie. I feel you. I feel like it's a hit or miss each day, right? When I get done streaming, some days I'm like, I don't want to set up my computer and play a game. Some days I do. Well, when I walked in, I thought you were on the devil's lettuce because you were so calm. I know. This is what my brain sounds like when it's not having 1,000 miles a minute running. 1,000 miles a minute. You try, girl. I'm sending you to prison for that one, Jolie's gonna love you, but you're going to prison, girl. Yeah, my brain is very quiet right now, so it's definitely interesting. Definitely, Doritos and Nutella sound nasty. Again, I think I'm also just adjusting to the meds too, y'all. You know, I gotta turn my brain off. Yes, it's very nice. I need a happy medium. I need to be able to have my brain still be like a little noisy, but like I need it to be not silent. I would much rather be feeling, I'll be real with you guys, I would absolutely much rather be feeling like this than been feeling how I've been feeling for the past 4 months, which is like insane anxiety, heart palpitations, my ADHD is through the roof, unable to like sleep or do anything. You know what I mean? I would literally much rather feel like this every day of the week than anything else. I do think they'll have my ADHD. I literally got more things done over the past 3 days than I've gotten done in 2 weeks. So I do think so. Again, I just started them, so I can't be like, yes, it fixed me. You know what I mean? And we're weaning me off of other things, but I do think it helps a lot. Always hard. Yeah. I do not take, no, I take Adderall right now, which they're going to be taking me off of. I am Kirby. How are you? How's your Monday? Yeah, you really have to trust the process. Oh shit. Where are they? Hi Jack, how are you? I had to recover from that. Thank you for the follow pedal week picks. I appreciate it. Girl, oh my god, I didn't hit her. Oh my god, she got me with the gold. It's another freaking Miku. I'm doing good, Jack. Megan, you have to have your primary recommend you to like a psychiatrist for an evaluation. Usually you go to your primary care and you let them know your symptoms and be like, I think possibly this might be what's going on. And then usually they'll be like, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. Do I play ranked? I'm not playing ranked right now, Marianne. I'm playing non-ranked. I'm playing non-ranked right now. A girl does not want to play ranked. But guys, if you are new here, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. We're almost to 20 followers, y'all. Let's even get those follows going too, if you're joining in. It's not, yeah, so Adderall was causing me, basically the meds that I'm taking, guys, if you didn't know, I had gastric bypass, for those who are curious. I had gastric bypass surgery almost 2 years ago now, actually close to 2 years. We'll be coming up on 2 years very soon. And because of gastric bypass, the medications that I was taking and am taking are extended release, like my Adderall and other things, and they don't work well with the surgery that I had because my stomach processes things differently, if that makes sense. And so because of that, the psychiatrist that I just saw was like, you are on all the wrong sorts of meds. You should not be on any of these, you know? So that was the main thing. Guys, thank you for bringing the finger heart goal. I appreciate it. I'm working on a Bulbasaur right now. A Bulbasaur. Just talk, yeah. Thank you guys for bringing the finger heart goal. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow too, by the way. We love, yes. Yeah. Let me set a new goal. Let's do the tiny bunny for Easter. I forgot Easter was this weekend, guys. I was like, oh, okay. Your stomach is divergent. It is. I literally forgot. I forgot that Sunday was Easter. I was like, oh shoot, it is. I know. So we won't be live on Sunday because of Easter, y'all. Just so you guys know. Or at least I'm not planning to be. I probably will be with the fam on Easter. On Easter Sunday. I don't know why I did that accent there. Hi, Lindsay's. Lena, me too. I'm so in, baby. I'm so in. It's crazy. P, thank you for the heartbeat. I'm so in. It's crazy. I thought Easter was on the 5th of April. It's always on a Sunday. It's always on a Sunday, no matter what. And games are sweaty today, but they're always sweaty. They're always sweating. Hi, Cammy. Trina, thank you for the tiny bunny. They're always sweaty, though. Nothing new there. Nothing new. You're cracking me up today. I'm glad. Your birthday's 7th? Nice. Girl, why do I land in the weirdest spots? I really need to like plan my lands better. Destiny, thank you for the gifties. Sunday's the 5th. Girl, I'm already gonna die. Oh my god, I hate this gun. Do. For sure. Hi, Emmy. Possibly tomorrow, okay. I don't have any set days for any of the games that I play. It's just whenever I'm feeling what I want to play that day. But most likely tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow. That's how we pick a lot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's your go-to loadout? The pistol and the new shotgun are my faves right now. Are my faves right now. The secret room is down there? Wait, how do I get into the secret room? I actually have no idea how to get into the secret room. Is there a way to do it? Break the wall? Which wall? Which one? This wall? Liar. This one? Aha. Ooh, secret room. Okay. Oh my god, cute. I didn't know about this room. How did I not know about this room? That's crazy. That's crazy. I need a shotgun, guys. You broke the babes. Wait, what babes did I break? I did not know about this space. That's kind of crazy. Drop this for now. Yeah. It's a cute room. I love it. It's a cute little room. Hi, Maddie. Happy Monday. Sip is like with the heart me. Don't forget your daily heart me. See if you're coming in. The coral babies. What, am I not supposed to kill them or something? They're kind of annoying. I'm sorry. I think I got the blue chest. I'm sorry. They're kind of annoying. I'm gonna be real with you. The little singing. You gotta be so pleased. I'm doing good, Kaden. How are you? I like the new season. I do like it. It's quite fun. Hi, Carter. I like the rivalry system. Right, Lavori. Bentley, thank you for the follow. I like the rivalry system a lot. I think that's a lot of fun. Maddie, fan club for 100. Ooh, I mean, I'm paying attention. Hello. You have a shotgun. Did he have a shotgun? Maybe. Maybe he did. My day's going good, Kaden. Thank you for asking. Oh, let me up. Oh, I'm too fat. Okay, caught it. Yes, the season is, I think, way better than last. Absolute, 100% agree with you there. 100% agree with you there. Again, I do wish that this new season was not also surrounded by 1,000 employees being laid off and V-Bucks prices increasing. I think that's honestly the biggest thing that's turning me off from the game right now is like the V-Bucks increase and the like, you know what I mean? I think those are my big two things for me that make me not want to play the game as much. Layoffs, they laid off 1/3 of their employees a week and a half ago, guys, if you didn't know. Week and a half ago, Epic Games laid off one whole third of their employees. 1,000 people were laid off. You're actually joking? I'm not, y'all. Make sure to read. They post about these things all the time, y'all. Make sure to read it. It's very important that we stay up to date, especially if it's a game that you play. It's really important because these changes are huge. They affect people though. Why though? They're not because the player base is down. The messaging was so, oh my God, their messaging has been ass lately. It was that they did not have enough money being made and the retention has been down on the player base since 2025. But I'm sorry. 3 months earlier, they posted, hold on, let me lock in here. That's a bot. Not make enough money, yeah. But also, like a month earlier, or whatever, they also tweeted out that they didn't care how much money they had to spend in order to do the Apple lawyer fees. They were like, we'll spend millions, we don't care. So it's just I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot. 1,000 plays, that's crazy. Yes, that's why if you notice any of the bugs crazy, that's one of the reasons why. That's one of the reasons why. Where'd he go? Jesus, how is he hopping around like that? Oh my God. Wait, how is he jump? That was crazy. His jumps were insane. I only had 20. Do you see how high he was jumping? Was it the pizza? It must have been the pizza. Yeah, it was the pizza. That was the pizza. No, it wasn't the shockwaves. It was the pizza. The pizza gave it to him. That's right, Cassie. We had a very short stream yesterday. No worries, Miranda. Have a good day. Yes. Also, guys, they also consolidated servers this season, so ping spikes are insane lately, especially for me. I've had terrible ping spikes. It's been wild. I've had like insane ping spikes. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. If you guys are new here, by the way, let me do my introduction to say hello.
Bitch.
I hope you guys are having a good day.
Zesty.
Don't call,
Well,
just text me. Bitch, you slow can't get.
Oh my
Nah,
God,
Laura.
she's bald.
ITGIRL.
Ping.
You know I am that
P-I-N-G.
girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from
From
ATL.
ATL. You can turn your ping on to see what it's at, but the ping is how fast your connection is to the server. So they got rid of they got rid of East Coast servers, so now we're all lumped in on central servers in America. So that's one of the problems. Alex, thank you for the follow. So I've been like lagging like crazy lately. Like crazy. Michelle, thank you for the heart me. That's basically what that means. She's bald. But we're also crocheting a little bit, guys. I'm so in my Pokemon era, it's crazy. Okay, so my tea is with my Pokemon stuff, guys. I think I might go to a card show next weekend. Look, I always will be Tony. You know what I mean? Back in yeah, it's been so much. Yeah, I'm talking to but I would never, ever. There's only one server. I believe there is also. Is there a West Coast server? I don't know. Do it. There's a card show that's about 45 minutes away from me on next Saturday, and I'm like on the 4th, and I'm like, ooh, should I go? Should I do it? Is Fortnite in trouble? I don't think they're in trouble. I don't think Fortnite's gonna die. I do think, as I've noticed other creatives, they're definitely starting to play other games, starting to do other things because they are worried about it, which makes sense to me. Like a lot of big Fortnite streamers are like, actually, I'm not gonna stream as much of this game. When you go live for so long, as long as everyone live is only 1 hour, it's my job, Doja Cat. So like, this is my job, right? This is my job. So like, if it wasn't my job, I would probably stream a lot less. They fired 1/3 of their employees a week and a half ago and increased the V-Bucks price. But yeah, like even some of the big streamers, like big streamers, end up are not playing the game right now. Like for example, oh my God, I can think of his name right now. Courage JD has been playing Deadlock every day. Nick A30 was saying like he's gonna stop streaming every day and just focus on like content videos rather than live streaming because he thinks the live streaming portion of Fortnite's being weird. So it's definitely been interesting. Leslie, thank you for the follow. Definitely been interesting. Honestly, Arc Raiders kind of died, Mama Bing. Arc Raiders has very few viewers these days. Other than like, I guess Burnt Peanut plays it still, maybe. But Arc Raiders is much smaller than it was. Arc Raiders used to have more than like 300,000 viewers on Purple platform every day. And right now, I'm looking right now, Arc Raiders has 28,000. Oh, I'm not paying attention. Hello. Girl, I'm gonna die. I just died to his bot because I wasn't paying attention. Not the bot emoting on me. Not the bot emoting on me. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy. I was looking at another thing. Not the bot emoting. Alan, how are you? Thank you for the heart me. Not the bot emoting on me. As I was trying to look at something. Do 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 do. I love Arc Raiders, but after I reach max level, not much to do. Yeah, that's the thing is I think Arc Raiders, eventually you like, it's fun, but like once you obviously hit the max level of things, there's not, the issue with Arc Raiders is like, the reason why Fortnite is constantly played, I think, for this style of game compared to like Pokopia or other games or games that aren't like online games like this or like Marvel Rivals, there's constantly updates, right? They're constantly updating the game. They're constantly doing, you know, they're constant. Hi Majestic, how are you? Like they're just constantly updating the game. Where Arc Raiders really has not had like any crazy updates, you know. But Gogo, I'm doing good. I'm still, you know, adjusting these new meds that I'm on, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Dion. Welcome in. What's the hype? Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I am addicted to Pokopia. It got me back into my Pokemon era. I think it's one of the best games I've played in years, in literal years. Hi Kylie, how are you? I truly believe it's one of the best games that I've played in years. But like, what do you do? There's a quest line, there's a storyline. I will say if you are a Fortnite player and you only play Fortnite, you're not gonna like Pokopia. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna like Pokopia. I don't think you would, you know. Unfortunately, the reality is a lot of people who like Fortnite don't like to, I love you all very much, but you don't like to branch out into other games. I've just noticed that from my trends of streaming over the years. Fortnite players just like to play Fortnite, I found, and don't like to branch out very much. But Pokopia is a lot of fun. There's a storyline, it's open world, there's building habitats for Pokemon. It's kind of like, it's similar. I think there's more to do than Animal Crossing. It's not to me like Animal Crossing in that way, but I would say if it's compared to something, it's similar to like Animal Crossing in the structure of the game. But there's more to do in it than Animal Crossing by far. Last of Us, yes, I played through The Last of Us. I love it. I need to finish the last game still. But I do feel like Fortnite's fun to watch. Yeah. That's why I normally don't have high viewership for other games. It's an unfortunate reality, but Fortnite will not be around forever. As we can tell by new things, you know. As we can tell by new things. Ash, guys, thank you for the tiny bunnies. It won't go on sale because it's Nintendo, Dion. This has got to be a bot, right? Yeah. Do you think Fortnite's dying? I don't think Fortnite's dying, but I don't think it's recovering. I think Fortnite will always have a very oop, I didn't. Okay. I think Fortnite will always have a very dedicated player base. I think Fortnite will always have a very dedicated player base. And so because of that, I don't think it'll die. I think there will always be hundreds and thousands of people playing that game every day. Because people just like Fortnite. As you can tell by, you know, the way it works, you know what I mean? But I also think too, I don't know how it's going to do to be new. Is there anything Fortnite could do that would cause you to stop playing? Yeah, I mean, listen, do you guys want me to be very real with you? If the changes that have happened in the game right now make me not want to play it. You know what I mean? Hi, Francesca Marie, how are you? I'll be real. If I didn't have to play it for my job, I probably wouldn't be playing it as much as I am right now, especially with AI coming to the game and specify which changes, laying off 1,000 employees last week, increasing the price of V-Bucks, increasing everything in the shop, making AI a big part of what they're doing. Yes, Tung Tung Sahari, whatever his name is, the AI whatever, is going to be a skin in the shop in like 2 weeks. So like, and then also not really fixing issues in the game. How do you feel? That's the thing. I don't like it. I don't like the brain rot thing. I think it's awful. You know? And so that's the problem. But I'll be real with you guys. Like, I don't know, Chocolatey. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But I'll be real. Like, how many of you guys? I know most of you would, but like, A lot of you say you would, but like how many of you guys come to like my Minecraft or my Pokopia streams, right? You know what I mean? And not in like a bad way, but like it's my job, you know? You know what I'm saying? A lot of you do on Purple for sure, and you know what I mean? I know a lot of you do, but I'm saying there's a lot of people who like a majority, obviously, you know, are not always, you know what I'm saying? And that's how it is for most Fortnite streamers too, you know? Like, for example, Courage JD, who streams Fortnite, right? He usually has like probably 3,000 to 4,000 people watching him when he plays Fortnite, around that. You know what I mean? And he started playing new games, and now he has his highest record for his last stream where he wasn't playing Fortnite was 260 people. That's crazy, right? Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? I'm very thankful that we are not stuck in a game. Like, I don't feel stuck in a game. I don't feel like I'm stuck in playing Fortnite all the time, right? But for other people, that's a tough thing, you know? It's a tough thing. Yeah, Fortnite is very popular on TikTok. Unfortunately, it is very popular, you know? For Minecraft, yeah. I definitely want to find, not that I don't love Minecraft, I do. I definitely feel like we need other games to play too, you know? I really wish Just Chatting did well on TikTok. I just do Just Chatting all the time, you know? But I can't get into Minecraft. I tried, King. Yes, I think it just depends on the person for Minecraft, for sure. For your video, I use my... Wait, what? Wait, Becca. Wait, I don't even know what video you're talking about. Hi, Decca. How are you? Why I've been playing The Sims? No, wait, by the way, no problem at all. The reason I don't play The Sims is they sold to Saudi Arabia. And that, to me, is the biggest no-no right now. Oh, Google Pictures? Yes, baby. I know. That's the big thing right now for me. Is a lot. Do you stream my TikTok on Sundays? I was live, Hannah. I was just live on Purple because I started a new mental health medication. And so we did a Just Chatting stream because I was so tired, and we only streamed for like 2 hours because I have some extreme side effects from the new meds. But we did stream yesterday. I only streamed on Purple though. We didn't stream on TikTok. They did? Yes. Yeah. They sold. So EA is currently, they haven't, like, it's not officially done yet, but they currently sold to, a Saudi Arabian company, as well as Jared Kushner, which is Donald Trump's son-in-law, his third-party company as well. So am I opposed to playing The Sims? No, but I need to find a way to ethically play it on stream where I enjoy it too. You know what I mean? Ooh. Who's firing at me? You know what I mean? My practice 7 months, yeah. As well, Fortnite. I'm feeling a lot better though today. Yes, the meds are definitely helping a lot more, for sure. I probably seem a little bit more calmer. Not even to dinner with the Kushners. Not even, baby. Not even. But yeah, that's the tea. What bottle is that? It's a peach pure leaf iced tea. It's a peach pure leaf iced tea. I love peach tea. Peach tea can smack my ass. Do you play scary games? Only on stream. Look at this guy. She's waiting for me. Where'd she go? Oh my God. What the hell is that shit? Ooh, that was close, girl. Ooh, that was close. Ooh, that was close, girl. I gotta hide. I got third partier coming. I hear him. The moment a fight breaks out, a third partier shows up like it's literally... Hogan, thank you for the follow. Like it's literally like... It's like a scent. Autumn, thank you for the tiny bunnies. It's like a scent for them. They hear a death and they're like... Chocolate, thank you for the sub for 5 months. I so appreciate that. It's like a hot scent for them. They just can't help it. Okay, let me try and grab this. Pick up all 3 pizzas. I could. I want to actually... I need to like lock in on what I'm doing here. Let me actually see what's for sale real quick. No. 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 They're so third-party heavy, yeah. Listen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, we do have our sub goal and big goal restarted for this week. Girl, why is there another bug? By the way, another bug. By the way, I'm taking a slice. I'm taking a slice. What were we talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about prior to me. We were talking about like the game. Oh, the game, right? Oop, GameCube. Yeah. No, Rosso, I'm also on a purple platform. I'm also on a purple. Oh yeah, well, I'm not playing The Sims right now. Yeah, so Sims got sold. I'm not opposed. Let me say very clearly. I actually do. I would love to play The Sims again. I just need to find a way where I can do it where I'm not like, because every time I stream, right, I'm also advertising the game. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like every time I do stream a game, I am advertising. Twitch, Rosso. I am advertising a game actively. So, part of me is like, I have to find a way where I could do it where I still remain ethical. That's why I'm not showing new skins in the shop or things right now, because I'm trying to obviously show off that boycott that's going on for Twitch. Boo, thank you for the follow, or for Fortnite. Devin, thank you for the follow too. So it's a lot of that. It's a lot of those things, you know. It's a lot of like trying to figure and adjust all of that.
I want to
They
thank
did get gifted to me.
all the evil
Thank you
gays.
for the gifties. I appreciate
You
it.
know, I just really.
My windows are open. Yes, the skins got gifted to me, Kylie. So I do have them. I don't think I'm going to wear them until they are out of the shop. That way, I'm not advertising them. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna let them be out of the shop. And then maybe I'll start wearing them once they're gone on the 7th. But I'm thinking for the follow. I personally am just boycotting Fortnite and trying to spread awareness. So Fortnite pays you? No, Fortnite pays me nothing. The only thing I earn is when you guys use my code in the shop. I think there's a common misconception by people that people get paid by Fortnite. We don't get paid by Fortnite. We get paid by when you guys spend money in the shop if you use my code. But I think a lot of people are like, oh my God, these creators are making so much money from Fortnite. Girl, I'll tell you right now. It's only if you use their code in the shop. Or if they get like a ad revenue for something, but that's it. Yeah, I'll be so real, guys. I don't get paid from any games. Any game that I play on stream, guys, I only get paid from gifts on TikTok and subs. I don't get paid like to play the game. I don't get paid to play this game. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Mary, thank you for the heart, me. I don't get paid from Epic Games or anything to play this game. The only time I get paid is if you guys use my stuff. So like big, yeah, no, they don't. Like people think that they do. It's literally, that's why you think creators are always like, guys, make sure to use my code in the shop, right? That's where they earn their bread and butter. That's where most of creators are earning their money, is in you guys using their code in the shop, right? That's why they always are like pushing like, hey, you know, use my code in the shop, etc., right? But like they're not getting paid by Fortnite. The most I've made from Epic Games is $200. $200 for girl. Wait, what am I missing? With your mouth? It's my ADHD stim where I bite my tongue. I don't know that I do it. It's an ADHD stimulation thing. My brain just automatically starts biting my tongue when I get focused. I'd ask you to not bully me for it. That's kind of rude, Cynthia. Morgan, I know that shot was good. Now you bush camping? I mean, I wasn't bush camping, but okay. I pushed him and I won the fight. I don't know what to tell you there. I literally, I was in the bush, I shot him once, and then I pushed him and won the fight. So I if that's called bush camping, then I don't really know what to tell you. Hi, Kelsey, how are you? We're all the same, truly. Yeah, but in my time, it's a very, I used to hate it, but it's a very normal thing that people do. I feel like that's div. Yeah, I'm like, okay, girl. Also, I was sitting in the bush because I was yapping with you guys. I'll be real. I wasn't doing it for a gameplay strategy. It's because we were literally talking about how we're boycotting purchasing in the Fortnite right now. I'll be real. Oh, the $200. So when I did that one, do you guys know when I did the Crown Jam Slam thing? If you were here for that, I was in a tournament, and I won $200. Oh! Damn! Oh, he was close. He was almost down too. You play like MCS, Russell? I do. Yeah, I play Minecraft, usually Minecraft and Pokopia. If you don't see me playing the other games, it's just because you don't normally see them on your FYP. When I play a game that's not Fortnite, say you normally just get Fortnite on your For You page, you won't get my stream on your For You page to naturally pop up. So you kind of have to like go look for it. So I always say join the Discord because then I ping folks when I do go live. Zelko, thank you for the follow, Amanda. Thank you guys for the gifties too. I do appreciate that. Yeah, literally, I know. Thank you for the 100 videos, by the way, George. I appreciate it. Hi, Maddie. See, Pokopia stream. Yeah, we play Pokopia. Probably tomorrow we're gonna do like half Minecraft, half Pokopia. I think. I've been maybe like splitting it up tomorrow. Nelly, thank you for the tiny bunny, and Kinsey, thank you for the follow. You normally get it from a boss or from a boss, Savannah. I'm not sure. Anyways, as I was saying, I got paid $200 for that Crown Jam that I was in. The what do you call it? The like Fall Guys tournament. If you were there if you watched that at all that night that I did that, that's the only money I've ever earned from Epic Games, but it was a tournament. So I earned it by placing in the tournament. But that's the only money I've earned from Epic Games other than what you guys have sent me, what you guys have used and given me through using my code in the shop. But I don't know of a single streamer who's been paid by Epic Games other than if they do an ad video for Epic Games. No, Happy Happies is only if you win, KJ. We play all those for free. Again, guys, a lot of people just think we have money that's just like thrown around. Yeah, Happy Girl did win one. Yes, everybody earned a little something. So like mine was like $200 because I think we came in like second to last place. So everybody it was like 150, 200, and it went up from there. I haven't tried tournaments. I don't think I'd be good at them. Packet for the following, Rebecca. But yeah, I would be real with you guys. 99.9% of creators don't get paid by Epic Games. The only thing they get is if they're an Epic partner, which I'm not an Epic partner, and they get the skins to showcase to you guys. They get gifted skins. That is usually the only thing that they get. Yeah, Circuit was the Fall Guys game. Would you be an Epic partner if I was approached? Yes, but I don't think they will because I speak out about Epic Games now too much. I tried to become one, Rachel. I tried to like get in contact with people. But now I speak out, I think, too much about Epic Games that they probably wouldn't make me an Epic partner. Which is okay. That's okay. You know what I mean? I'd rather speak out about it than not, you know. So just not that other creators don't speak out. I know a lot of creators who do, you know what I mean? Yeah, UEFN, that's a whole other thing, Nolan. I'm talking about like streamers. UEFN and like creative maps, that's where a lot of their money's going. I'll be real with you. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate it. But yeah, so that's the tea with Fortnite. So like the only time I get paid is by you guys either using my code in the shop or through what I earn streaming to you guys through subs, gifts, bits, etc., etc. But as always, your presence is present more than anything. Oh, I'm sending you love, Danielle. Yeah, I'm having side effects from my new meds, guys, but I'm doing good. I love these new meds. I feel like I'm much calmer a little bit. Kendra, thank you for the follow. Hi, Nolan. Welcome in. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, as always, your guys' presence is the present. So yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at my messages real quick. I sometimes get messages. I'm like, ooh, tea. Guys working better for you? Yeah. Did you know? Yeah, I'm definitely adjusting to them. They're all brand new for me. So I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm like, ooh, okay. You know, it's definitely an adjustment period, but they're helping a lot. So I'm very happy about it, you know. Chill out sooner than you think. Yes, I promise. Like I've been on. So this is like, I'm basically what we're doing for those who are curious about my mental health stuff. And guys, thank you for this. Holy cow. I so appreciate care. Thank you. The meds that I'm taking right now, they're replacing the meds that I'm currently on. So like I've done the like side effect process before. Basically, we're like adding things in and taking things away one by one by one. Because what I'm taking right now is actually harming me and not helping me. So it's just like, is it super hard, the side effects? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough adjustment. I won't lie and say it's not. It depends on how your body reacts to it. Like for me right now, my big 3 things that I'm experiencing are drowsiness, dizziness. So I get kind of dizzy when I stand up right now. And then I have dry mouth. So if I sound like I'm sick, it's because my throat's been dry and I've been sleeping, obviously, with dry mouth the whole night. Guys, thank you for all those. Oh my God, complete the tiny money. I gotta change the goal here to a few. I'll do that for the next one. Buying fruit, yeah, it's crazy, Michaela. To go through that, it's okay. I'd rather, listen, guys, I would much rather be going through this than be going through what I've been going through for the past several months. Like, it's been hard to describe the feelings I've been feeling with my mental health. And it was actually really reassuring to have a doctor be like, actually, babes, what you're taking is not good for you, and this is harming you and not helping you. So I'm very thankful. I would much rather have these side effects than have what I've been having, you know? And they've been working a little bit for me already. I've done a lot more things in the past 3 days than I've done in like several weeks. Leah, I have to be careful about what I say because TikTok doesn't like it when I mention medications because they think I'm like giving out advice. But I'm gonna give like some. I was on Addy, and I'm still on these, and clonazepam and bupropion. So those are the big 3. But I'm on extended release ones, and I had a gastric bypass, so my body doesn't react. Girl, what is good? Girl, can we not with the bombs already? Oh my God, it's been 2 minutes. It's been 2 minutes, honey. Hi, Gracie, how are you? Gracie, I got all my cards organized last night. I got my binders coming. I'm on that last one, yeah. Have you watched The Pit? Yes, I love The Pit. I love The Pit. But yes, so those meds that I'm on, guys, so I had gastric bypass surgery and my stomach is the size of like a walnut. Not really, but close to. And so because of that, the meds that I'm currently on, the like extended release medications that I'm taking are actually hurting me and not helping me because my body is not meant to be on extended release stuff because I digest things at a much different rate than people who didn't have the surgery, obviously. So my doctor was like, these are effing you up, girl. And I was like, oh my God, thank you. Like she literally in the appointment was like, these are fucking you up. Like she said, fuck. And I was like, oh, I was like, well, yes. I take a lot of vitamins, J. Yes, I needed that. I actually, like, you have no idea. It was so nice because she was like, I don't know what they put you on. She was like, but this is, I'm sure you're like she literally said, guys, and I don't know if any of you've been on my streams lately. She's like, when you're live streaming, like, do you get burnt out from the game or like get really tired halfway through or get irritable with people very easily? And I was like, what? Have you watched my streams lately? I was like, girl, how do you know my shit? I was like, how are you clocking my shit like that? I was like, damn. I was like, yes, I am actually. I do have those feelings. I was like, okay, clocked. Okay, clocked. She clocked me. She's like, that's why. She's like, the way you're experiencing things right now is like not what you should be experiencing and what you're feeling. So I was like, that's actually like, it just was very reassuring to have that, you know? And I always get nervous when I start new medications or do any things because you're like, oh my God, I have to wait a month to go see them. No, I'm seeing her every week. I'm seeing her once a week right now until I do all my med changes. And I'm like, ugh, like it's just lovely, y'all. Barbie, thank you for the follow. So anyways, that's the current situation with my med stuff. So I started a new one this week. And so my body's adjusting. Hi, Kaylee, how are you? Okay, it's good to see you. But it was very nice. It was very nice. She's like, hopefully this will help a bit more with the things you've been... the things you've been experiencing. I don't understand how these shots hit me all the time and I'm in the air when I'm shooting them. Like, girl, what? Yes, Autumn, for sure. Actually, I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me change the goal on TikTok, y'all. Let's do a puss goal. Now that's what you need, consistent. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So anyways, we're like phasing things in and adding things in and doing all that stuff. So it'll be a bit of a adjustment, but oh my God, they changed all the gifts, guys. Oh my God, wait, where are the pusses? I swear to God, if they got rid of the pusses for real this time, now I'll pass out. No, they're here they are. I was like, don't you dare get rid of my puss. Don't you dare. So are you taking, yes, Jay, I'm taking both of those for Adderall. Yes. But I'm getting off of the XR eventually. She wants me off of Adderall completely. She thinks Adderall is not helping me. Hopscotch and Autumn, thank you for the pussies. Start them. Okay, fat asses. I love it. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fat asses to insult you. I meant to say you have the fattest asses. I'm so sorry. That absolutely made it seem like I just called you both of you fat asses. I meant to say you guys have the fattest asses. I am so sorry. Hopscotch and Autumn, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, guys. I meant to say you guys have the fattest asses, not the Oh girl. Thanks for the gift, fat ass. Oh, you guys kill. Oh, that was funny. Oh my God. So stupid, guys. Oh. Are you scrolling on my For You page? Oh my God. Well, welcome in. Girl, that's crazy. TLC's calling for a new show right now. He said fat, but with PH is silent. Yeah, PH. Amaya, it's good. I'm adjusting to it still. Very heavy. Oh, that was good. What a great introduction. I'm glad you're here. Oh my God. That was too funny. Girl, that's what happens. Okay. Girl, what did I miss? I messed up my words, guys, okay? I messed up my words. All right. Fourth Wing Collector's Editions last night. Fourth Wing, I looked at books at Walmart. They had nothing, by the way. Remember I said yesterday I was gonna go look for books? I was like, I'm gonna go see if they have books at Walmart. Nothing. It was ass. I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's right, baby. Jeffrey, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. I thought I was destroying the other. Okay. New Hunger Games book, so good. I'm trying to get back into my reading phase. Hi, Megan. How are you? I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it. And guys, thank you for tapping. Let's see if we get to 100K taps. And we're almost to 40 followers on TikTok today. So thank you. I love this skin. Yeah, this one's, I keep forgetting about this skin. It's one of my top faves. I'll be real. You're reading Game Changers? Ooh. I have a question. I'm happy to answer, Steph. I'm happy to answer. Song of Achilles. Yes, that's on my list. I read a little bit of it in high school, but then I stopped. I don't know why, but I did. Oh my God, I'm ping. Oh. I like fantasy, but I like not a unicorn getting with a horseman. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a huge romance in fantasy person. You know? I'm not a huge romance and fantasy person. Of course, well. When you watch the movies, if you're watching them like on DVD or something, no, Steph, not at all. Because you've already purchased those. Again, I haven't read a full series Roman in ages. Dystopian dark romance? Ooh, Centaur bestie. Yeah, I don't know why. I couldn't think of the word. Photo glass would be good for you. That's what people keep saying. HP show does, yes. Dahlia, thank you for the follow. Unforge. There's somebody over here. Ooh. Girl, I see you. Where is she? Wait, let me reload. Ah! Ah! There we go. Got it. It's very high fantasy based. Okay. Yeah, I do like not high fantasy. Or not high romance. I'll be real. At least in Panic, I know. Honestly, I feel like I played that pretty well, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Watch the HBO show or not? Yes, I will say it does give her a little bit. Yes, it does. But, you know, I mean, do as you do. You know what I mean? You can't, nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Girl, I could not see where she was. Oh my God. I could not clock where she was. I was like, okay, clocked. Okay, clocked. Hannah Montana said it best. Heated rivalry. Gonna say something controversial. I don't like heated rivalry. That's my controversial hot take of the day. I know, I know, I know. Oh. Oh. Oh my God, T. Wait, why? I think it's a fetishization of queer people, specifically attractive queer people. You would never see a trans man being one of the main characters in Heated Rivalry, or someone who looks like me as one of the main characters. And I also think it's mostly made for women who want to see their boyfriends fuck. And I'm like, girl, just tell your boyfriends to go get it on if you really want to. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we get it. You know, it's this like traditional idea of what is like these men are like basically the masculine straight type of gays, and it's like built for that very specifically. And I'm like, okay. You know. And so that's why I don't like it. That's why I said, yeah. Have you read I have not. Well, everyone felt seen, yeah. I mean, it's becoming kind of crazy because like even like one of the memes which I do think is funny, like the computer make these guys super gay and horny. Like all I'm like, can we also like take a second to be like, I don't know. I just grow tired of the idea of like this idea of like making straight men gay to get off on. I don't know. I'm like, it's weird. It's weird. It's like a fetishization kink or something. I just get weirded out by it a little bit. Now Kiss, yeah. I'm just like, And so that's my very, very hot take on it. That's my very That's my very hot take on it. I have never seen Bridgerton. I have no idea what Bridgerton's about. I don't really like Bridgerton. Interesting to hear that? Yes. But there's lots of straight guys that are DL. Yes, but that's not what the show is. That's not what the show is trying to encapsulate, right? That's a whole different phenomenon, right? That's a whole different phenomenon. What the show is trying to encapsulate is like the heteronormative, like I'll be real, too many girls on my Facebook who voted for Donald Trump that I went to high school with are loving it. And I'm like, you can't love Heated Rivalry and vote against gay rights. Like you can't. You know what I mean? And like, and so many girly pops are like, oh my God, this is like finally queer media's in media. And I'm like, you obviously know nothing about queer culture then, because queer media has been around for years, except it's just not your approved perception of queer media. Pose, for example, which is about POC. You haven't watched it? I've watched literally Heated Rivalry all the way through. I watched every single episode. The only episode I liked was the third episode that was the sideline story between the waiter and the other guy. But I truly don't believe that the show is good. I'm also going to be real. I think besides Scott and Kip, the acting, also not good. Again, nobody would watch this show if they didn't have 8 packs of abs. I'm going to be real. They just wouldn't. They wouldn't watch the show. You guys would not watch it if I played Ilya Rozanov. I love you guys, but you guys would not. It would not be as popular if I, a non-8-pack muscle man, was playing Ilya Rozanov. You wouldn't. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't watch it, nor would you be as interested in it. Do you think that was their intent? I mean, yeah, I think it's built for that. You know, I think it's built for that. And that's fine, but I hate that it's become such a popularized thing that now every day I'm asked by every straight woman I know, have you watched Heated Rivalry yet? You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? I'm like, my existence is not determined by Heated Rivalry. Peachy stuff, thank you for the follow. My existence exists because of shows like Pose and Glee and Call Me by Your Name and Harvey Fierstein and like all of these people who have been doing, and Divine, and these people who are doing queer culture for years, far before Heated Rivalry came out. But it's just because they're fat or a person of color or not conventionally attractive. But queer culture and media has existed forever prior to this. And it's like, and it's just so frustrating. I'm like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's digestible for specifically for the people who voted for Donald Trump. And I'm like, I don't want that. You don't deserve that. You know what I mean? PG Stuff, thank you for the subs. Thank you. Thank you guys for the subs. It's so crazy. I appreciate it. Post when we love it. Yeah. So like that's my hot take, you know. So do I hate the show? I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I think it's fine, you know. I think it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, do I think it's a fine representation of queer people? Sure. I mean, it's not like bad, but I just think it's become so overpopularized and people are so crazy about it that it's like, it's become the thing that every gay man has to now associate with. And I'm like, ugh. Yeah. I'm like, you know. And again, it's like, no offense to anybody who loves it. Like, I'm not being like, oh my God, you guys suck for liking it. I don't care. I just think that it's become such a like weirdly fetishized thing. Like, it's just weird that there's like merch being sold. You know what I mean? And like people are having like themed parties to dress up as, and dressing their boyfriends up as Ilya and as the characters. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's weird to me. I'm sorry. Don't dress your boyfriends up in hockey uniforms and be like, they're gay. Like, it's weird to me. You know what I mean? Like, I've just seen too many of like these girls dressing up their boyfriends in like the Call Me by Your Name fits, and then or in the Heated Rivalry fits, and being like, hopefully they get together tonight. And it's like, that's fucking weird. Honestly, thank you for the education. I had no idea. What are some better show recommendations? Pose is amazing. Call Me by Your Name is a beautiful, beautiful story. I honestly think Glee is such a representative of queer culture from every angle, from being trans, from being gay, from being lesbian, from different cultures as well. Social media on? I'm on that side of social media, unfortunately. I love Call Me by Your Name, yeah. So I think that is a very good one. Private Idaho is amazing. Yes, is that the one that's about the guy who's in the military and falls in love with a trans woman? I can't remember if that's the one. Is that Private Idaho? Is that the one that I'm thinking of? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I'm trying to think of that. Is that the show? Is that the movie? Because that movie is a great representation as well. Birdcage is fantastic. I do have a yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of other ones off the top of my head. Pose is a great one, though. Pose is a great one. Because it also tells the journey of people who are struggling very specifically in the society that's real around queer culture. Like, the society that's real around it, not the society that's, like, fetishized. I have not watched Boots. I don't think I've watched Boots. Did you watch Hunting Wives? Yeah, I did. That doesn't feel the same. There is this great movie. I can't think of it right now. That is a really great movie. It's a very old movie. It's probably 80s, 90s, where this man falls in love with a trans woman, and it's beautiful. And he's in the military. God, I can't remember the name of the movie, but that one's one that I recommend too. So anyways, there's a lot of queer culture and queer media. I also recommend looking up drag queens from the 90s and 80s too, like Divine, just people that have been a part of queer culture forever, and what their life looked like, and what reality looked like for queer people, especially queer people of color, queer people who didn't fit into society's norms and standards of beauty. You know what I mean? I think those things are much more telling of the world and should be much more popularized than other things, you know? You know what I mean? So anyways, that's my hot take. That's my hot... I feel like I give this heated rivalry take every couple of weeks or every couple of days, but... Stay lovey. Stay lovey. It's my very hot take. Yes, the skin did. Yeah, it was a bundle forever ago. A while ago. Soldier's Girl. Is that the name of the movie? I think that's what it is. I think that's what I watched it ages ago. I saw a lot of it on TikTok because you know like they post clips of it. But I remember seeing that and I was like, I need to watch this movie. And then I looked it up and watched it. But I couldn't remember the name of it. Thank you for the follow, guitar. Appreciate it. I couldn't remember the name of it. Off the top of my head. Oh wait, no wait. Insulting, thank you for the follow. Yes, my number one two most asked questions are Heated Rivalry and Chapel Roan. Those are my two big ones. I don't mind it. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. It's not a big deal. Heartstopper to me feels a little less fetishized because it's teens going through something rather than I think, right? Or is that Love Victor? Which one is the one? Don't take XUV says that. Thank you. I think the biggest problem with Heated Rivalry is that it's a perceived notion of what being a hot gay man looks like. And also, I'm gonna be real, guys, as someone who has gay sex, what they're doing in the show is not normal. I'm sorry. The positions they're doing are not how gay sex works. I hate to break it to you. Most of them are not real. All right. Show us, honey, you wish. Oh, hey. The only way Heated Rivalry of yeah. Wait, do tell. Girl, the amount of times that neither of them have douched or lubed up beforehand. And the positions, I'm like, oh, these girls are not. These girls are not. Choked on my coffee, I'm crying. Listen, I gotta be real about it. What do you mean, listen? I gotta be real about it. After a tuna melt, see, yeah, literally. Girl, they ate a tuna melt and they're like, let's get to it. And I'm like, girl, I'm telling you right now, there ain't no way. You are not eating a tuna melt and then getting at it like that. No chance in hell. I'm like, no, that's not, I'm telling you right now, that's not how that works. No. Not the tuna, literally. Really is get what's up. Listen. Girl, where am I going right now? I'm so far, like, I'm so far away from the storm. I'm not even paying attention. Oop. Bro, he's got the bat. He's got the bat. He's got the bat. He's got the bat. Hold on, let me lock in. Girl, not me shooting blanks. You take fall damage with that shit? Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. That's crazy. I forgot the bat. You don't. Oh my God, I forgot. Oh. That's crazy. That guy's going through the roof. Yeah, and he literally just got one like that. He was so low too. I forgot that the bat's crazy. I wasn't even that high off the ground. I'll be real, I wasn't that high off the ground. It's just for the distance. I wasn't that high off. You know what I mean? Damn, that sucks. That's right. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. The bat is one of the things in the rifts or whatever that you can get. Hi, Lou. How are you? So it's not every game, but it's one of those ones that you can get on in the rifts or whatever. Yeah. I'd be logging off. Yeah. You've ever liked to, I know. There's the warm up. What do you mean? Seti, would you ever adopt a child? I mean, if I ever got married, probably. Yeah. If I ever got married. What's your skin? I can't remember the name of it. It's like Cozy Dreamer, I think. It's from a bundle. Ages and ages ago. It's from a bundle ages and ages ago. Bum, 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 bow. We follow up to that guy on Hinge who said they were watching your streamer follow up. Yes. I forgot to message him back, but yes, he did message me. Favorite food? I love Indian food. And Mary, thank you for the floating octopus, by the way. We do have the puss goal, y'all, on TikTok. We're 17 pusses away from the puss goal. I love Indian food. I love it. I love it, baddies. Ba-da-ba. Thank you for the rose. But yeah, those are my hot takes. Oh my god, I keep crocheting. Don't let me forget. I'm like crocheting as well. The Contrails T, it is. It's very good. I like the new season. I don't like the stuff that's going on with Epic Games that are surrounding the season. I feel like I'd be much more invested in this season if, you know, they weren't laying off 1,000 employees or, you know, raising prices on everything. I feel like I'd be much more like, I think it'd be much more enjoyable for me if that weren't the case right now, unfortunately. But I do like the new season quite a bit. I do like the new season quite a bit. Wait, I want this. Life is Strange. I would like to play. I feel like it'd be something I'd have because it's so triggering, right? Isn't it a triggering game? Thank you for the roast. Or could be how we're living it. Yeah. That's basically. Did you collect all your cubes? I think. Wait, how many do I have to collect? I need shield, guys. This is a real person too. Actually, I'm gonna get away. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, this is a bot. I thought I was like, is this a bot? This is not a bot. It's a bot. 40. What do you choose? I choose the Ice King. Everybody team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. No. But yeah, we're probably gonna play Pokopia more this week too. I do want to play more Pokopia. I currently have been so overwhelmed with like what to do in Pokopia that I'm like, ooh, I gotta like lock in. How you tell if it's a bot? Usually the username and their movement. Usually, I just thought it wasn't a bot because they threw down a splash, but I forgot they throw down splashes now. Some of your yes, they only go for only a little bit of time, Rusty. It's usually when there's unfortunately that's just a YouTube thing because I play music. It's just a YouTube thing. It'll be for like however long the music plays for. Bieber, thank you for the Let 'em Cooks. And thank you, Ash, for the floating puss. Have you seen the new game Lofty coming out? I've seen bits and pieces of it. Again, cozy games for me are like, I don't know. So I don't know how different this game is in terms of coziness, you know? Bieber, thank you. Can you get copyrighted? Yes, that's why it mutes it automatically. Any music I play that can get copyrighted gets muted in the VOD. So it does it without me even knowing it. So it kind of just does it auto. Life Strange 2 is the best one in your personal opinion. Okay, T. Nothing. I have played Stardew Valley, yeah. Yeah. I did finish the main storyline of Pokopia. I think somebody asked that. I did finish the main storyline. Even if it's emotes, yep. You can, Cole, if you wanted to. Even on Twitch, yeah. It depends on the song, but yes, DMCA rules apply across every platform. Do you enjoy time for yourself? Yes. DMCA rules apply across every plat. What's your favorite weapon? I do like this shotgun a lot. Jay, thank you for the heart meme. That's ST Bestie, but I don't have ads on just because it overwhelms during the stream. Because give us a very wide open scope. Yes, I actually don't think Pokopia is that. It's cozy, but not cozy. You know what I mean? Thank you, Jada. I did, Mary. I'm adjusting to some new medications, but it's been great. Also, thank you guys for being here on TikTok as well. We're really growing back up our TikTok numbers. I love it. We have 222 folks. I love that. And thank you for the follow. Always need something. Yes. I think that's part of it. I mean, thankfully, you don't have to do anything for the Pokemon. You know what I mean? Okay, where is this guy? What's your dream wedding? Oh God, I don't even know. I've never thought about a wedding before. Thanks, Rusty. I try to answer questions. I'll be real. I've literally, let me go on a good date and get a boyfriend first, and then I'll tell you about what wedding I want. Where's this guy? Ooh. Okay. I got a Kim K. Please tell me Team Foundation. Nah, we Team Ice King. On God, even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. One reason I didn't choose Team Foundation is, I'm sorry, I don't need another Dwayne The Rock Johnson skin. I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm okay. I don't need that in my life. I'm good. I don't need another one. I do need to make that a sound. You're so right. That's the only reason. There's literally no other reason other than that. I'm sorry, UKN. At the rival station. Oh, yes, you're right. I should do that. Oh, well. I'm kind of just vibing. I did see they gave Team Foundation another boost. Yeah. You ever play tournaments? I don't think I'm good enough to play tournaments. I mean, I play in Happy Happy Gals tournaments, but otherwise, not really. Not really. For our kind of quest, I know. I love that, Jolise. I love her. Yeah. Oh my God, Mary, I love that. Flips instead. Yeah. Ooh, blue chest over there. I need more movement. We'll just take these for now. Are the ads off on purple? No, they're still I mean, there are still ads, but you might have been gifted a sub if you don't have any ads right now. Oh, Cameron, it's good to see you. Thank you, guys. No, the sodas are just like fun little things in the stream. Do you play ranked? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Sometimes. You seem very chill today. It's my new medication that I'm on. I'm gonna be a little bit more chill these days because my brain is not going 1,000 miles a minute. So you'll be a little less like constantly overwhelmed and overstimulated. It's actually been very nice because I haven't been overstimulated by tech issues or anything else either. So it's been really nice. No worries, these realms. No worries. Steph, I got one from the Victory Royale, I think. Chloe, thank you for the follow. Bye, see you later. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. You get free Prime? Yes, Mary. Yeah. Use your Prime. Yeah, we do have our sub goal today on purple, y'all. Okay, this guy's over there. Let's see if I can... I wish they would make... Girl, what am I doing? I wish that they would make these gloves not durability based. Like, I wish they make them durability based. I'm gonna get third partied. Oh my God, I'm getting triple partied. Fuck. Like, congratulations. Like, I'm getting triple partied. Like, what am I supposed to do at that point? You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do at that point? Like, girl, I couldn't even breathe. Oh my God. Yeah, I should just ran. Yeah, I literally was like, was that 2 people and then them? It's like crazy. It's like the third party. I'm like, oh. I know, I'm still cooking it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still cooking. I'm gonna do a round, then I'm gonna grab my lunch after this, guys. I'm gonna like just run out to the to my fridge and grab it. You're still a mother, it's fine. Mother. Kirsten, Lauren, Chloe, thank you for the follows. Mary, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the gifties. Logan, hello. Thank you guys for the love. We do have our goals today, y'all. I want to see if we can slam up. We will do maybe karaoke if my throat feels okay, if we hit the goals today. And we have our new big goal as well for the week. So thank you guys for the love and support. As always, your presence is a present though. But let's see if we can get those pusses rolling. I do, Logan. What's for lunch? I have a wrap for lunch. Leftover wrap. Half of it. What's your favorite drink for streaming? I normally drink coffee, but I've been trying to avoid drinking coffee. Nightfall, it's true, Cole. Yeah. Can I see your skins? I have over 400 skins. I have over 400 skins. We got a lot. We got too many. We got too many. Oh my God, my nose. That's right, Gracie. I'm gonna be adding more emotes too. More of those meme emotes this week too. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid drinking it as much. Or the hard way, yeah. Guys, it's so warm here today. Queen Crasher, thank you for the heart me. Hi, Lauren. I'm also crocheting a Bulbasaur, y'all. I'm like getting close to closing her up here. I'm gonna have to sew. That's the problem. I'm doing good, Queen Crasher. How are you? Did you ever get the Ninja Coffee Maker? No, I still have to pay my taxes on the 15th. Once I pay them, then I can look into getting it. We actually have most of it close to funded, I think, on the throne, which is kind of crazy. Close her up. Uh-huh. You better believe it, honey. You better believe it. This is the Bulbasaur so far. It also, I do have the head of it, the bulb made. I can't do carbonated drinks. Yes, Carly, yeah, you can use them. Guys, my ping is so bad. What is good ping? Is it below 60, below 50? I don't even know. I don't even know what good ping is these days. But I feel like the yellow X that I get for ping is just permanent now. Anything below 55? Okay. I feel like the yellow X I get for ping is literally just like every round now. I just get that yellow X. It's actually like kind of annoying. How do you know? Sorry, what do you mean? Is somebody here? Ooh. I'm at 49 right now. I like to do match system too. Ah! Let me not pay attention. Jeez Louise. Thank God they were bad at the game. No, Emma, I have not. Panicked, y'all. What can I say? All right, guys, can we get 4 more pusses to get us halfway with the puss goal on TikTok? Maybe we can get to 10 subs, y'all, on the sub goal. Get that rocking and rolling. Trade that up for that. That was there. Yeah, I got taught that today. Go see if you have the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Somebody gifted to me morals. Somebody gifted to me. So I'm very thankful. Very thankful about that. I'm glad you did. Arrow through my heart. Like a loon, but don't you feel it too? I'm glad they do, Lauren. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that new Pokemon opening card one too. I really enjoyed that one. Cassie, I did like it, but I'm not gonna be purchasing it because I don't need it, and I'm trying to like protest as much as I can, you know. Logan, please don't self-advertise here, bestie. I wish I got that skin. Yeah, this is a good one. Green bean. Thank you. I'm trying to clock where they are. I cannot see. Ooh, he's over there. I think this is a bot though, so I think I can push him. Girl. Oh, Jesus. Every time I get jump scared. Every time. Rachel, thank you for the tiny bunny. First ever gift on TikTok too. That's crazy. Thank you so much, my friend. Every time. It scares the shit out of me. What a puss. What's a puss? Oh, it's an octopus goal on TikTok. Oh, Bunny, I'm sending you love. It's just octopuses. We call them pusses for fun. For fun. Just for funny, fun vibes. Silly, silly. I missed one of the pusses. Ash, thank you as well for the plus. I appreciate it. Don't you feel it too? For the giggles. This new medication also is giving me like headaches too. I should probably get like ibuprofen or something. Okay. I need a better shotgun, y'all. For the shits and giggles. Throws me off, but I love it. I know. I like it too. I gotta come up with other funny ones too. Just something silly. Just something silly. Silly goofy mood. Hi, Rosie. Silly goofy mode, you know. Sorry. No, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have coffee here in a little bit. Crystal, thank you for the heart me. How many do I have? I have 65 wins. Oh, let me get my XP for the day. I don't feel like upgrade. I feel like I don't want to waste upgrading. You know what I mean? Thank you for the plus. I literally cannot believe I said fat ass. That is still so funny to me. Is somebody over here? Call the roses rose. I could. I have to be careful because Sidai doesn't love it if I'm like, you know, saying crazy inappropriate things. Mary, thank you. Who spilled a drink on every seat? No, Steph, I didn't. What shit? Oh, it's the crown. Through my heart. Okay. T. Ooh. I feel like I'm constantly running out of stamina. I don't know who it is, Steph. Love 26. I love that. Where? Oh, there. Damn. Oh my god, I had 20 health left too. 20 health left. That's crazy. I was not locked in there. I was not locked in there. Let's not put people's name. I don't want to like get into people's drama. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into people's drama. You know what I mean, baddies. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a 2-second break. Not that it matters, but I don't really know. I don't know the tea, so I don't want to get too much into any of it. Oh, Call of Duty streamer. Yeah, I don't even know any Call of Duty streamers. All right, what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna grab my lunch. I'll be 2 seconds. I also gotta pee real fast, so I'll put on a replay and put on some music. Let's see if we can tap our way. I'm gonna say 75K while I run to the restroom. And then see if we can start slaying some of our goals. We got the puss goal and sub goal. But otherwise, I'm just so happy you guys are here and hanging out with us. And thank you for being you. And I'll be right back. Okay. I'll be right back. Because you would have crashed a couple days ago. I know. Yeah, they are working. It's less that I'm like not getting angry at the game. It's more that I'm just not like overstimulated. I feel like I get heavy overstimulated and I'm like not feeling the overstimulation. So I'm like, ooh, okay, T. This is good news. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Let me switch to the gameplay. And I'll BRB.
Talk to me.
I'm back. I'm back, baddies. Hello. She's back, queens. She's back, queens. Slay the music. Yes. Oh. All right. You were missed. I know. Was I? I hope so. Guys, thank you for your 75k taps. I appreciate it. Oh my God, I'm starving. I have a buffalo chicken wrap for lunch. Yay. Yay. And it's divine. It's very good. We're from my local grocery store. I don't, Rusty. I did in college, but not much anymore. Not anymore. Haven't in years. Lunch must is 4 p.m. I eat a late breakfast because of my meds. So I eat breakfast before I eat a little before stream and I eat like a little snacky. I eat breakfast, I eat a little snacky before stream and then I stream. Mander, thank you for the sub. You are. Sub for 3 months. We're now at 10. We're almost a third of the way through. And Tiona, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see what we get. By the way, y'all, if you are new here, let's play our intro to say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get.
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yeah.
It's girlfriend ATL.
It has ranch in it, I think, Nicole. She's bald. Having for dinner, I have tuna casserole in the crock pot right now. Thank you, Kara. Thank you for the follow. Nice, thank you for the roses. That's one of our intros. What did you study in college? I studied musical theater. Oh my God, I just cracked my neck. Ooh, honey. Tune them out. Michaela. Oh my God, Michaela, thank you for gifting out 2 subs. Can we get some slays for Michaela? Wait, you're an icon, baddie.
We're so young, boy, we ain't
Thank
got
you.
the feel.
Hey, Chris, thank you for the follow.
Oh, it's just principle.
Oh, it's like,
Baby, hold me 'cause I like the way it groove. Oh,
girl, where am I landing right now? What am I doing? Every time I land, I'm like, oh, is this the right place? Oh, my keyboard got stuck. And we love iconic sugar. Hi, Jerry. How are you? Good afternoon. Chinese for dinner? Why not? What would you get? What would you get for Chinese? No, girl, I can't even land. Where'd he go? Girl, I couldn't even land. Jeez. Crazy, baddies. Crazy. Crazy, honey. Damn, they're sweaty. You know what I love from American Chinese places? Egg foo young. Anybody get egg foo young? I feel like I'm the only person who likes that. I'm doing good, Jerry Puffs. Adjusting to my meds still, but doing good, you know. Hi, Ari, how are you? What is that? It's like, it's kind of like an omelet scallion type thing. So it's eggs, which people don't like. But it's really, really good. It's really, really good. If you like omelets or you like things like that, it's very good. I know most people be like, ew, eggs. I'm like, no, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. It's very good. It's very good. What is it again? Egg foo young? Egg foo young? It's very yummy. It's very yummy. Meow, meow. I like it. I like it a lot, at least. And guys, thank you for doing a tap and share on TikTok. We were trying to get back up on our TikTok game. We did pretty good. We dropped in a little bit when I went to go grab lunch, but that's okay. So thank you, baddies. Hi, Vampire Queen. How are you? Okay, this got to be a bot, I think. Usually. Jesus. Okay, wait. Oh, different bot. Thought that was the bot I needed. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. That looks so good. Yeah, it's very yummy. It's very yummy. And guys, we're one puss goal away from hitting halfway with our puss goal on TikTok. So thank you. Oh, we're cooking. I'm trying to. I swear, the lobbies are sweat central today. The lobbies are sweat central today. Wait, was that a Nemesis? No. Ooh. That's gotta be the bot. Yes, I don't want the Nemesis. No, that wasn't the bot. Damn, okay. I mean, it was a bot, but it wasn't my rivalry. It wasn't my heated rivalry. Yeah, Ifu Young is very good. Girl, where is she? Girl, where is she? Orange chicken, lo mein, and egg roll. Ooh, I do love lo mein. I don't really order chicken though when I get something for the game. So yeah, they're very sweaty today. I've had bots and then like insane players. That's like, I feel like matchmaking was going so good, and now I feel like I'm playing against bots or like insane players. Hi Llama, how are you? I saw Chalk doing a tweet about it too, that he's had like crazy games lately. So I'm glad I'm not alone. And I'm getting like insanely third party too. You guys have seen like third party like crazy for 98% of the games. I like the combat AR almost as much as I think even a little bit more than the pistol. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. Like I love the combat AR a lot. I don't really like egg rolls. I'll be real. I don't really like egg rolls. Some schoolwork, nice. I'm doing good. We're kind of vibing today. Just having a chill time. Having a chill time. Up to the point. Thank you. Chris and I do. I don't like what's going on at Epic Games right now in terms of everything else happening, but I really do like the season. Drape House, my sleep has been better than it's ever been these past few days. I'm tired still because of the meds, but otherwise I'm doing really good. Like last night, I got 7.5 hours of sleep, which is the most I've gotten, I think, in literal months, guys. It's actually been kind of crazy. Katie with a follow. Literal months. Rosemary sweating out too. I haven't played Reload in a hot minute. Also, guys, don't forget your daily heart me's if you're on TikTok. They do help a lot. Every heart me helps a bunch. Did it, Athena? Yes, I started. My doctor just put me on Clonidine for my ADHD and to change things away. And it's crazy what's going on. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't even imagine, Kristen. Yeah. Even though hi 240, are you Clarissa? Thank you for the heart me. Girl, can I please? Why do I feel like my stamina is way lower today than usual? I could take a bite of my food. I'm hungry. Hold on, everybody. We're pausing for a second while I take a bite of my food. Everyone, take a second. Yossi with the push. Thank you. Hold on. Got him. What's going on with Epic right now? They Jazz, I feel you. I'm switching off of one of the meds I'm on to a different one. Right now they laid off 1,000. See, look at the third partiers, guys. Isn't this crazy? Do you see both of them right now? Like, and why are they not fighting each other, mind you? They're only fighting me. Why are they not fighting? They are only fighting me. Did you see that? Like, neither of them were shooting at each other. They were only shooting at me, girl. Like, hello? Oh my God. Oh my god. Congratulations, Jasmine. Oh my gosh. Yes, thank you for the post, by the way. That's crazy. That's crazy. Love it. Thank you for the biddies. Yeah, we do have a new one. Like literally the moment that you hit you end up I'm not even kidding you. It's like bees to a nest or something. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. But no, as I was saying, these are the three things at Epic that are happening currently that I think are the big issue. They laid off 1/3 of their employees. Now, that's a lot. Like, I'm sorry, 1/3 is a lot. 1/3 is a crazy amount. I'm not advertising any skins because I don't want anybody to purchase skins right now. I am vehemently we are boycotting the Fortnite item shop right now. So they laid off 1/3 of their employees. On top of that, they also increased the price of V-Bucks and increased the price of skins in general. And then the third thing is they're bringing AI to the game. Very, very proudly, mind you. They're just like bringing AI characters and brain rot characters as skins into the game, which I'm very much opposed to. So not great work there. Not great work from Fortnite there. That's so disappointing. Yeah, I know. There will likely come a day where I stop playing Fortnite if this continues. There will likely come a day. They're adding like, what is it? What's his name? The AI character? I can't think off the top of my head right now. They're also doing AI for skins and stuff too. Yeah, the AI is crazy. Tum Tum Sahur, whatever it is. Tung Tung Sahur, is that what it is? The AI character. And Lechona, yeah. And AI emotes, yep, yeah. Mind you, they have amazing emo artists that do amazing work, and they're using AI now for a lot of their emotes. I would never hold pizza by myself. Oh, that's lazy and sad. Yes, but here's what I'll say, guys. Y'all are saying it in the chat right now. But if I see you buying those AI emotes, which a lot of you have already said you were like, I had to break the line to buy that emote. That was an AI emote. A lot of you in the chat today was like, oh my God, I had to get that emote. Don't worry, I clocked your T when you did that, y'all. I clocked your T when you said I had to get that emote. The Lechona emote. I believe it's an AI emote. I believe Lechona was an AI emote. Yes, I believe it was. Based off of what everybody has told me and I saw online, it's an AI emote. So, you know. Just be, you know, clock that T, sis. And this is where I have to say, guys, you have to do your own research on things. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to say it's AI outright, right? They're not going to be like, yes, this is AI, right? It's very, very important that we very much be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to do your research on it, you know? May I ask why you don't like AI? It's killing the environment. It's killing the environment. It's taking work away from artists and even people like me. I mean, shit, look at the fucking stupid ass Love Island thing that's going on that are people entertaining millions of people and not watching other creators because of it. Taking away actual work from other people. And uses so much water, like literally is killing the planet. The data centers are insane. I think ethical AI is very different from making skins in Fortnite. You know what I mean? Or Love Island on fucking TikTok, right? Those are the big differences for me, right? Proud to say I got a Fruit Love Island video taken down. Wait, Alyssa, really? That's crazy. Oh, not me not paying attention. Not me not paying attention at all. Oh my God, he had a gold too. He was waiting for me. Again, third part, I just can't even, everywhere. Everywhere. And she literally talking about AI. Yeah, it's crazy. So thank you for the go popular. It's crazy. It's insane. The amount of like stuff that's been going on with it is actually crazy. So, and there's no laws or regulation around it. You know what I mean? There's no laws or regulation around AI at all. I think it'd be one thing if there were actual laws and regulation on AI usage and how it's used in the fields that provide people work. But there are no regulations. There are no regulations for how it ethically is hurting the environment. Like there's nothing, you know? You know what I mean? Like there's no regulation whatsoever. It's just continuing, right? And it won't stop. Because agreed, exactly. So, you know, AI coming to Fortnite, not great. Now, AI has always been in Fortnite. Let's not pretend it. The bots are AI, but it's a different type of AI, right? It's a different, we have to understand there's a difference between like video games being run through, you know, having generative processes like bots in the game or them using it to make artwork, right? There's a huge difference between that. And what frustrates me is I know many people will not speak out against it. What frustrates me is a lot of people won't speak out against it, and that's why I get frustrated. I'm like, I just know that so many people will be wearing this Tong Tong Seo skin when it comes out and not say a word, and I don't like that. And I'm talking about my Fortnite friends too. I'm talking about the creators that I'm friends with. I know they won't speak out on it, and that's why I also get frustrated, you know. It's like, I need people to speak out against this. Otherwise, how are we going to make a change? Ursativa, thank you. Yeah, Darth Vader one was generative AI. Yeah, yep. Yeah, no consent to it. No consent to it. So it's just frustrating for me. It's a frustrating thing for me, at least. I get frustrated about it, you know. And then they laid off 1,000 people to like use it, you know. You know what I mean? They laid off 1,000 people to because they have AI. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. And that's my frustration, I think, too. That's my frustration with it all. Because the reality is, in 5 or 6 years from now, it's not gonna be good, you know. Use them. It's true, we don't. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. A lot of you watch streamers who aren't using their voices and you're not holding them accountable. I love you guys, but a lot of you are watching content creators that I watch too who are not using their voices and ignoring it, and you're not holding them accountable. So you can't be in this chat saying that you wish other creators did it and not hold them accountable too. And I'm giving you that side-eye glance right now. There are so many of you in this chat right now who I see every day in other creators' chats not being like, hey, like, I love you guys, but I clock every single one of you. Good for a nice hair. I'm glad you're here. You know what I mean? Ooh, I don't get me wrong. I love my Fortnite streamers, and it's not their responsibility to always do it. You know what I mean? But it is I think when these things start rolling, it's time to be like, okay, what do you think about this? Right? They also just ignore it. That's true. That's true. And like, you can only do so much, right? But I do think it's important to be like, well, you know. Follow up and stay up today. Oh, I saw it on Twitter. What can I do, Betty, to help? Honestly, ask these creators. Ask them, you know. Like, ask them and be like, hey, what do you think, right? And I'm not saying there's no specific creator that's doing it, right? I'm not saying like, I'm not calling out any specific creator because all of them have different reasons for things, and please don't think that's me saying it. I think across the board, creators in general have to do better about speaking out against things. You know what I mean? Specifically, the AI stuff is the Tong Tong Seo. If you look up the Tong Tong Seo and AI and things that are happening, because also a girl does not need to start drama with anybody. There's no drama to be had with me, but I just think we need to be very much cognizant and aware of things, right? You know what I mean? Cognizant and aware of things. Spookush, thank you for the heart, me. You know. And again, I don't think it's any specific creator. I don't think it's any one person. And I think it's hard because people don't know how to navigate it. So also helping them navigate it too, you know? Right? Like, the only reason I'm so informed on all this stuff is because I'm constantly researching and speaking out against it because I think it's important, right? And it affects my daily life, right? So it's important for us to do that, you know? Yeah, that's crazy, Alex. It's crazy. And again, like, I'm not here to be like, this streamer's not doing it. This streamer's like, I'm not saying that, guys. Like, please, I don't want to be that person. I'm not going to do that shit because I have a lot of friends in the Fortnite community. I have a lot of friends not in the Fortnite community who aren't speaking out. You know what I mean? I'm not one to be like that, but I just think we have to be more cognizant and and put more pressure on everybody to be more aware of the things going on in the world, you know? With a J? No, it does not. The movies, yeah. You know what I mean? And so that's what we can do. That's what we can do as people, as we're in school. Yeah, I think that's important, right? I know you're twin then. I have to be very careful how I word things because I know people love to be like, so-and-so was saying this against you. And I'm like, no. There's no one that I'm saying against. There's not a single person that I'm like, oh, they're not doing what they need to do. Girl. You know what I mean? Because I know very much how that can happen. You know what I'm saying? I know how many people will be like, Zesty was saying that you aren't saying this. I'm not saying this against anybody or any particular streamer. You know what I mean? I have to be very clear about how I say that because I know. How'd you not win that? Girl, I don't know. I feel like I was hitting blanks there with the AR. Yes, Fanta, absolutely. Let me just state that very clearly right now, because I just know. Because I just know. You know what I mean? Thank you for talking about it for people ignoring it. Absolutely. I will never ignore it. I will never ignore it, you know? Hi, lady. Steph, I think... Sure. I think streamers not talking about it. I think it depends on the situation, right? Do I think that like streamers had to speak out against the rise in V-Bucks cost? No, because is it an end of the world situation? The reality is it is not. Are we losing rights? Are we getting things taken away from us? No, I don't think so, right? But when it comes to situations like AI or 1,000 people being laid off, I do think that that's something that can't be ignored, right? I do think that's something that can't be ignored. So that's my hot take. I think there is a very like unique way in which you have to approach an issue. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that not everybody has to speak out against a price increase on V-Bucks, right? I don't think everybody has to boycott the store. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that is necessarily something that has to be done, you know? I think for me, it's more so being like, hey, they laid off 1,000 employees, which I will give credit. I think every streamer I know and are friends with said this is awful that they got rid of 1,000 employees, right? I don't think any streamer was like ignoring that, right? Or any creator that I know. And many of them tweeted it on their Twitters. Hello, what am I? But I think the AI thing, there will be more of a conversation about it when it arrives to Fortnite and how people feel about it when it arrives, right? And so that's my hot take, right? And also, like, listen, there is such a thing as purity politics. And does everybody have to be perfect at everything? No. Are we playing Fortnite in a game? Yes. But also at the same time, if it's something that's absolutely harming society, then I think that we have an ethical responsibility as people who influence others to educate about it, right? To educate about it as we can, you know? Madison, yes, I started new medication. So the medications I'm on have changed my... Hold on. Girl. Come here. Did the business take over? Yeah, it's sad. Yeah. Yes, I think if any streamer is like, we don't talk about politics here, that's always a red flag to me. That's always a red flag to me. The moment I hear a streamer say we don't talk about politics here is immediately a red flag to me. Which I don't know any streamers who do that, but I know they exist. You know what I mean? I will always, and that's the thing about my stream. I know a lot of viewers don't want to have to deal with like, they come to watch me not about politics, but I will always talk about politics in my stream. You know, I will always talk about it. I will literally never not talk about politics in my stream, you know? Like, it'll always be a core part of what I do and who I am, you know? There was a big pit behind you? A pit? A big pot? Oh, was there? I was like, a pit? I love that, because let's be real, guys. There are politics. Literally, we're watching this happen right now. Politics in gaming. It's happening in Fortnite as we speak, you know? Sometimes gaming is our escape. I agree, but there is a certain extent to it in which gaming is political. There isn't, the issue is there isn't here's the thing, and this is not me to say this, whatever. The unfortunate reality is if you are able to escape politics, then that is a privilege, right? That is a privilege. If you are able to escape politics in any form as a way of escapism, then that is a privilege, and you are using that privilege in a way that is unhealthy, right? There is no escape from it, right? And so I think, as much as I love the idea and the concept of like having an escape from it, and this is not me calling it, this is me just saying in general, right? Because I don't want it to feel like I'm targeting anybody or saying anything very specifically, but it is a privilege to be able to escape from politics, right? I can't escape from it. Do you know how many times I get called the F slur in my stream every day? Do you know how many times I get that I should die for being gay in my stream every 5 minutes? Like, I can't escape it. I experience that hate every day of people who wish I was dead for being who I am, right? So like, I will never provide escapism because I don't have escapism when I stream. I don't have it. I don't have escapism, right? Every day I get death threats in my DMs for being gay. Every day I get messages about how I should be hung for being gay, right? Like there is no escape for it. And I think that's very important. And I think that if you are able to escape that, I don't know, you know? I don't know, you know? And I understand that there are breaks from it, right? I understand that there are breaks from it, and I understand like there is such a thing. That's why my streaming is not all like we don't talk about politics the whole stream, but I also won't ignore it or not talk about it. And I think that's the main thing. Like obviously I'm not a political streamer in which I'm streaming solely to talk about politics, but I'm never going to ignore politics because at its core, it affects every inch of our lives from Fortnite, from gaming, from art, from streaming, you know what I mean? Like all of these things affect us. Even if you don't, that's right, Chloe, hello. Even if you don't necessarily think it affects it, like it does, right? What was cool about Fortnite? The layoff. What's cool about Fortnite right now is they are currently they're bringing AI into the video game, right? And the AI has been a huge part of it, right? And so there's no legislation against AI and how AI is used. And so they're making it political. That is part of the politics that are happening in it. And because of the AI that's being brought in, the layoffs happened and 1,000 people lost their jobs, right? And so like that's, yes, yeah. And so like that's a cause of why these people got laid off is because of the AI that they're bringing in to design emotes, to design skins, to, you know, all of these things, right? And so like the reality of the situation is it is political, right? AI is political, you know, because now people lost their jobs and their healthcare because of it, you know? And like that's an important thing to recognize, you know? And so while we say that like gaming isn't political, it's inherently political. It inherently affects people in their livelihoods every day, you know? Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Yeah, and like, again, I don't think people need to be like, you know, there is such a thing as purity politics where people don't have to be perfect and speak out against every single issue. I don't think that, nor do I think every streamer should have to do that, nor do I hold any streamer to that level of things. But I also think very, very vehemently that to ignore politics and to not say anything at all is allowing it to happen, right? At the end of the day, you know? No, not all stream. No. Hi, Fizzy, how are you? You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's complacency for what's happening, you know? For everything. And again, I'm not speaking about any specific streamer because I think every streamer has said different things on what they and what they want to do, right? I'm not saying like, and I have to be very, 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 very real with you guys about that. It has nothing to do with any streamer that I'm friends with, right? I'm not saying this about any of the streamers that I love and that I know and that I play with. I'm not going to say their names, but you guys know the people that I play with, that I do tournaments with, that I do everything. It's not about them. I'm not saying that about them. I'm just saying we can't ignore the things that exist, right? No matter what streamer you are, no matter what size you are, no matter what you do. And in general, right? And in general, you know? And so I'll always do that, you know? Too political? Yes. No, I will always be political. Because my life is political. Every stream, guys, every stream that I have is political because I get death threats for being who I am. You know what I mean? Like, I can't escape that. So how could I not say these things and be like, well, you know what I mean? How could I continue to allow it to be complete? And so that's why I actively fight against it for things like AI, for things like, girl, I swear to God, every time it's like one shot, whatever, it's fine. I was really paying attention. 11, they had 11 health left. So yeah. And again, I'm not calling out any streamer by name because there's no streamer that I need to call out by name because nobody, I'm not doing that. And I need to be make that very clear in this live right now. I am not talking about a single individual or a streamer. So don't go into somebody's champion like Zesty was saying this about you. I'm not saying this about anybody because I honestly don't watch a lot of streams. So I don't know who speaks out against things or does not. Okay. I need to make that very clear in this chat right now. I don't really know because I don't watch a lot of streamers. Okay. I need to make that very clear in this chat right now. All right. Because all I need is for you guys to start some sort of drama. And now I have people thinking that I'm speaking out against them. I'm not. I'm just saying in general, all streamers, Fortnite and otherwise, should be speaking about things happening in the world because it is important. It's hard to watch streamers when you're streaming. Yes, it's like I'm watching somebody work. Like in the best way. As much as I love watching other streams, I can't because I think about my streaming. I think about my work. You know what I mean? So not that I don't love to watch my other friends who stream. It's just that I only usually pop in for a few minutes to say hello and then go, you know? Alyssa, I need to get that confirmed. I don't want to say that for sure without knowing, because I don't know if that one is. Somebody said it was, and now I need to like check in to make sure. You know what I mean? But they are bringing AI skins to the game, right? You know? As a nurse, yeah, nursery, right? Exactly. Where'd you get that cute mudkip? It's a Divoom, D-I-V-O-O-M. D-I-V-O-O-M. I'll be real, there are so many streamers who do amazing things every day. I mean, think about it. Ventress is a huge streamer, and she's a trans woman in front of this community doing things every day, right? There are different ways that people can help move a message along, even by just saying something, right? My way that I can do it is by saying, because I'm a white man, all right? You know what I'm saying? Like, is by vehemently speaking about it, right? Sometimes people just being who they are and becoming who they are and being in a male-dominated space is in itself part of this, you know, activism, right? Anywhere from, you know, all of everybody that I think about, right? And Ventress was the first person who came to mind because she's a trans creator who is pushing, obviously, an amazing agenda forward, right? So, like, it's important, right? Anyways, that's my hot take on things. That's my hot take on things. So, there it is. Bad Ace. Somebody's definitely my game. Oh, thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Betty. I appreciate it. Of course, and of course. No worries, Lindsay. Yes, go enjoy the warm weather. Absolutely, please. Thank you, Diane. So yeah, I will always speak out against it, right? Hi, Mallard. What's your take on the bus driver becoming I think it's fine. I think it's fun. It's better than, I'll tell you what, it's better than surfing. Girl. Oh, guys, the threatening, they don't bother me. The brawls with llama, yeah. I'm feeling okay. I'm still adjusting. I have a little bit of headache, but not too bad. It's a funny small task, you know what I mean? I feel like it's not like causing any harm. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just like a funny little thing. Erica, thank you for the follow. But much better than surfing, I'll tell you that much. Oh, wait. Oh my God, it's a stream sniper. Hello. Hello, stream sniper. Wait, who is this? Oh, I love that. Who said it was in the game again? Who said they were in the game? Was it Keegan? Who said it? I love it. Me? It's you. I won't kill you. I'll let you run. What's the haps? Oh, we're vibing. We're yapping about a whole bunch of stuff. The changes to Fortnite that are not great, of course. Oof, the hug is so cute. Yeah, the hug is one of my favorite emotes. It's a good one. I kind of wish the hug was just like a free emote. Do you actually recommend the stream deck? I literally have it right here. Ava, I can't recommend it highly enough. I've used Elgato. I would never recommend something that I didn't believe in. I've used Elgato products since when I started being a streamer. Like I've literally used them for 10 years now? Almost 10 years? 6? I don't even know at this point how long I've been streaming for. But like for a long ass time. George,
Can you believe that backstabbing slut?
Oh wait, that's you. I don't want to get you. What changed to the Fortnite? They laid off 1,000 employees last week. That's the big one. That's the big one. Yo, hi Boyd, how are you? Thank you for the heart guessing the gifties. Hi, I heart, how are you? That's the big one. W biddies, yes. 6. What do you play on? I play on PC. I'll play that here at the end of this round if you want. Why? There are many reasons why. I could go. I've gone through them a few times today, but the big reasons being they're saying it's because of player count. It has to do with mismanagement of money, and partly because of AI. Partly because of AI. They'll say it's not, but it is. You know. Well, we're gonna tell you this, George. Don't you dare! Can you believe that? Silent Watcher. Oh, thank you, sir. That means a lot to me. I do Max, yes. W biddies. Guys, I actually don't like... Do people like the Nemesis AR? I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it. Can I be real? Thank you. I appreciate that. Oop, I like it. I don't love it. I also will say too, guys, make sure that you look at your other streamers' social medias. Like there are so many streamers that I know who people mentioned in chat were saying that weren't speaking out about things, and they are. Oh, it's you. And they're just not. They're putting it on Twitter. They're just not saying it live on stream. You know what I mean? So I definitely say like also make sure to look at other streamers' social medias too to be like informed on things that they speak out on or say on, right? Like almost every streamer I know spoke out about the layoffs. You know. Yeah, I don't like, it reminds me of the Enforcer. I agree. Which I never liked the Enforcer anyway. I hated the Enforcer. Enforcer was like my least favorite. Happy Monday. The one thing I don't like is the duration on these stupid ass things. I hate it. Hello, Else, how are you? What social media app do you use the most, like personally? I tweet a bunch. I tweet every day. I also post on Instagram a lot. I post on every social media app at least once a day. But I tweet on Twitter quite often, I feel like, actually. What team are you on? We're Team Ice King. On God, even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Nothing as of yet, is it? But if you've noticed some bugs, that's because of the way that some things have been laid off, right? People have tweeted out about it, you know. Oh, I hated the Enforcer. But if you want to support me the best, Facebook. I know it's crazy to say, guys. We're trying to get more followers on Facebook. Already from you guys, like the 200 people who follow me on Facebook, we've made like $35, which I know doesn't seem like a lot, but that's actually crazy for a social media app. When usually on my videos, I get like $5 if it's 1 million views. Hannah, thank you for the follow. Yes, that's ST Bestie. Smaller game modes. Yes, they're deleting smaller game modes. That's one of the big ones. But yeah, but ballistics going. What else? Festival battle pass is going, and I know. I've thought about Snapchat. Yeah, and then they're also getting rid of rocket racing. Rocket racing. It's even been good. I'm adjusting my medication still, but I'm feeling pretty good. Blitz is staying. Blitz is staying. No, just battle stage is going, not the pass. The festival battle stage or whatever it's called. Did I say battle pass? I'm going to say stage. I love watching Snapchat stories. I mean, I'm down for it. I just feel like, guys, I'll be real. Everyone's like, you should do vlogs or like more things to like post. And I'm like, I'll be real, girls and girly pops. My life is boring as shit outside of stream. Hi, Haley. How are you? Like, I lay on my couch or maybe go for a walk. You know what I mean? But like most days, there ain't much going on outside of stream, you know? Can you explain how the AI is creating the layoff? It's not creating the layoff. It's a factor into it, Jojo. It's a factor into it. They laid off a lot of people who were in charge of art design. I think like a good chunk of employees who were in charge of art design specifically for the things that they are now saying are going to be using AI, specifically advertisements and social media advertisements. Those were a main chunk of the people who were laid off. And they have stated very clearly, there's actually some reports about it, that they are going to be using AI in their advertisements for seasons, on social media, all those things. So it's not the sole reason that people lost their jobs, but it is a contributing factor to it. You know, if you're trying it, yeah. Oh, you guys want to start him? Yes, Bulge, but don't twink. Okay. You play Blitz? I sometimes do, but I haven't played on stream in ages. Ash, I don't think so, no. Also, guys, we almost have our puss goal done. We do have our sub goal. If you guys are here and want to slay it up, we do have our goals today. See if we can get those rocking and rolling for the afternoon. For the afternoon, y'all. I agree, Brayden. I think if it becomes like insane like that, I'll be good to go. You know what I mean? I'm already like not feeling great about things, but I'm holding out hope a little bit. But I will see what happens. Sister, thank you for the sub. I will see what happens come, you know, a month from now or 2 months from now, what things look like, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Unoriginal sentence. Yes, post time. Jackie, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. But yes, we're only 9 octopuses away, y'all, from our puss goal on TikTok. Girl, how have I not like found anybody? I feel like every time I click my mouse, there's like a delay. Like every time I go to fire, it feels like there's an actual delay. I'm like, okay. Hi, Ethan. How are you? Like, she's so buggy. No, Kenzie, you're so fine. Oh my gosh. No, you are literally so fine, my friend. Yeah, like there's just like weird lag things I've been noticing. Just like slower things, just little things, you know. You're gonna cry. Keegan, I love it. Are you still in the game? How does it work? I can answer any question about it. I have it literally all my sounds, for example, like this. That's a button on my stream deck. That's a button on my stream deck. All my things that I play on stream, they all are programmed to my stream deck. They are, Megan. What's his name? The Tung Sahar AI dude is coming to Fortnite. They've also talked about adding AI to their advertisements, things like that. Sigh, yeah. Oh, so not just a soundboard, not just a soundboard. It also controls my lights. So watch this. Ready? I hit a button. My lights are off. I hit a button again. My lights are on. I just clipped my stream just now. I just looked at the weather. It's 64 degrees outside. What else do I have? What else do I have? Oh my God, Spooky. You could literally do anything on it. You could have it be programmed for games. You could have it for keybinds if you wanted to. You can do anything with it. I have it mostly for soundboard stuff because I use it for my stream, of course, but you can use it for literally anything. Oh, wait. Are you my rival? Wait. Wait, this is, oh my God, I thought this was, wait, is this not, oh, is that my teammate? Is it? Oh, thank you, Batty. Bye. And you know what? Worth. Sorry, Keegan. Sending you lots of love. Sending you lots of love. Shitbuzz program to open, close different things. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing. Diva voice to myself. Listen, it's okay. Self-revive is useless. I'll be real, guys. Self-revive is literally useless in solos. It does like nothing. 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. Where's the, wait, where are the vending machines? Am I losing my mind? Oh, they're over here. Oh wait, there's these first. Yeah, I think the Kenny coin is better for solos. I think the like design, unless they snap you, true. I think the design of the Kenny coin is better for solos than the whatever this is. Whatever this is. It's still, if they're standing next to you though, J-Loop, it's over. It don't even matter. It can take only 3 seconds, but there's no way you live. I've never seen a self-revive work other than like if you're able to like hide behind a bush or something, you know what I mean? Or like somehow you, like a third party comes in, you're able to duck away, you know? You think you're the gifties? I am. That's the only time I've seen it like somewhat work. I do feel like it's okay in like duos and squads and stuff if you're able, you know, when you're in like a gunfight. But it really depends. Ooh, we got somebody near me here. Girl, I swear to God, I cannot land shots on anybody today. I actually don't know if I like the pistol. I feel like the pistol I'm not hitting shots with. From the portal. I've used, yes, last time we streamed I did, but I haven't got any portals, I think, today at all. I don't know if I like the pistol. I'm gonna just run solo, sorry, Keegan. Otherwise I have like everybody asking if they can run duos with me. Faith, thank you for the follow. Maybe I shouldn't ADS it. Maybe that's my problem. I keep ADSing it, so I'm like, maybe that's the issue. It's good, Harper, it's good. I'm still feeling some of the side effects. Like today I'm a little drowsy and I have a headache today. So like that's, but otherwise I'm doing good. No, I've not gotten the bat yet. No. I feel like the pistol's good for headshots. Yeah, I feel like I just never aim my headshots well enough. Well enough on the pistol. And we thank you for the Hermie. Guys, we're just 9 pusses away, by the way, from our puss goal on TikTok. We're trying to slay that up, y'all. We are trying to slay that puss goal up for the afternoon. And get that rolling. Guys, it's getting warm in here. It's getting warm in here. Moon Baby, thank you for the heart meme. And guys, we have a goal of 165k likes today. Little Red, thank you for the follow. I was so happy nobody was expecting it. I got smacked and I died. I was pissed. I was like, girl. I was mad. I was mad. But yeah, I have a little headache today, which I also think is partly because I haven't had any coffee. So I might make a cup of coffee soon. Vic, thank you for the gifties. Dark chocolate. Ooh. Do you ever play Reload? Not really. Not that I like oppose it. I just have never had a good experience on. Every time I play Reload, I'm like, I'm just so bad. I never have a good experience with Reload. I feel like I always have to lock in like crazy. When I play Reload 2, I feel like I can't like yap with you guys. I feel like I have to lock in like insane. Where is this person? Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Gloria. Soda with breakfast. I used to, girl, see? Third party. I'm telling you, the moment a fight breaks out, it's a third party situation. I swear, it's like freaking, it's like bait. It's crazy. It's crazy. Every time. The moment. Your shows are dubbed over? Yes. Like Squid Game I watched dubbed over. Can I buy these? Like moths to a goddamn flame. It's crazy. I'm like, okay, girl. I'm like, all right, girl, that's fine. That's fine. You know, for dinner, I have tuna casserole in my crock pot right now that I'll probably have for dinner. Let me actually trade that around. There we go. Danielle, thank you for the heartbeat. Only 8 episodes? Ooh, I'll have to look into it. Did you? No, I have not watched it. I need to. I'm being a bad gay. I have not watched the new Hannah Montana special. Girl. Oh my God. Hello? Why is my game being dumb today? I just feel like it's just laggy. It was gifted to me, Charby. It got gifted to me. I just feel like my game in general is just laggy. Like, just like, there's just like little bit pieces of lag. Like, I just feel like it's stuttering constantly. I didn't relatable, no. Let's see. Where'd they go? What are they doing? Ooh. Where did they go? Danielle, thank you for the floating octopus, baddie. I appreciate you. Girl, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother with that one. Yeah, I'm lagging like crazy today. Like that message special was unknown to me because I grew up with the other stuff. Yeah, see, I liked it, but I haven't watched it, so I don't know. I thought it was a cool concept though. But Emily Osment's not in it, right? And I feel like she's such a big part of the show. You know what I mean? I feel like Emily Osment's such a big part of the show that and they don't have her in it. I'm like, ooh. But it could have been edited better. That's fair. I think she was filming George and Mandy. Oh.
I want to thank
Oh, the pit.
all the evil gays. You know, I just really.
The pit. Thank you, Yessie, for the little crown. Girl, this might be it for me. This guy has been like weirdly following me. Actually, me neither, really. I don't have any like opinion on it. I'll be real. Why is this person has been following me the whole freaking time, dude? He's in the bush over there waiting. Girl, I'm so over it. I just feel like I'm lagging like crazy. I'm not saying that they didn't get me, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I feel like I'm like hitting and it's like a second later my gun fires. Like every game today. Like the lag is insane. The lag is like and it's not saying that I have a ping issue, so I'm so confused, but it's like I feel like it's just like so chunky. It's so weird. It's like actually like making 1v1 fights like miserable. Like it's just misery to do the 1v1s. I'm like, oh my God, get me out of here. Yeah, I keep almost having them because I literally am like, I'm going to turn and I'm just like not, like my mouse is being weird. I don't know. Is it me or other people are experiencing lag too? It's not just me. Pokemon. No, I mean, I want to play Fortnite today. I'm having a good time, but I just feel like the lag is crazy. Not just you. I have to be consistent with TikTok right now because TikTok has been mad at me. So I gotta stay consistent, and Pokemon does not do well on TikTok right now. Unfortunate for right now. I'm crocheting, guys, by the way. I think I'm gonna make a cup of coffee after this round. I'm sorry, Fight King. Yeah, it's like insane. That's what's crazy. I know. No, it doesn't for me, Jackie. It doesn't for me. Charby, I'm adjusting it. It's a little bit of a slow go today, but I'm glad, Keegan. My favorite coffee brand, I've just been having Nespresso coffee these days. Just like, there's like the Starbucks one or whatever. And guys, we're just 8 pusses away from our puss goal, y'all. 8 pusses away. And we do our sub goal. I also unfortunately have to play the games that are going to help us win our goals because I won't lie, last month was a very, very low month for us. So girls got to lock in a little bit. Is it too early to tell if it's working better? It definitely is working better. It definitely is helping a lot. Thank you, Charvy. I appreciate it. What do we got? I don't want to like. I feel like every time I get in a fight with the twins, I just lose immediately. Every time, girl. Like that lag there was crazy. Tomas, thank you for the fuss. I appreciate it. All right, that little side W. Yeah. What servers are going because you get no bots? I get no bots for no reason. We don't know. Dorky, thank you for the follow. I don't know why I get no bots. I don't know why. I wish I got bots. I'll be real. And then when I chose Team Ice King. Team Ice King. Girl. I want a crisp ice cold Dr. Pepper. As you should, Batty. As you should. As you should. Hi, Kieran. How are you? Bah. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you? That's so cute. Yeah. They use these all? No. Nada. I'm doing good, Elizabeth. Thank you for asking. We're kind of just vibing today. We're kind of just vibing today. Hanging out. The games are Chouette Central this afternoon. They're like actually kind of crazy. Guys, we're almost to 100k taps. We're trying to get to 165k taps, by the way. Kenzie, thank you for the follow. Oh, Kieran, I'm so sorry. Wait, that's crazy. I'm sending you love. I'm glad you're able to leave the job, but I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my friend. I love the vibes. I'm glad, Kenzie. Birthday, I am a Cancer. Nice, Mallard. I am a Cancer. Guess we'll be over here. I am a Cancer. You're a Scorpio? I love that. It was so sweet. Yeah. Like, I'm just like, you guys see, you keep seeing the like weird, like rubber, like even like just like little moments like that. See, I wasn't even like doing anything. It just like, there's like a weird little ramp. I'm like, okay, girl. I'm like, okay, girl, that's fine, I guess. That's fine. I'm like, all right. Oop. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I have nothing in my... Fuck, I literally hate this game. Like, how do I have... whatever. This game is exhausting. Like, I don't have any ammo. Hi, Kelly Meredith, how are you? I feel like I can't hit a freaking dub today. Every round. That's a good thing, yes. Thank you guys for the love. Guys, we do have our goals, we do have our sub, and we have our goals on TikTok. Let's see if we can start slaying those up. They do help so much. Allows me to stay as a full-time content creator for y'all. So thank you, thank you. I'm a Leo. I love that. But as always, your presence is a present here above all else. I can't use the gloves, but someone can knock me off. Yeah, I'm like, girl, hello? Virgo. You're a Scorpio? Oh my gosh. Scorpios are my nemesis, right? I think Cancers and Scorpios don't get along. Isn't that the T? Isn't that a T? I guess it depends on your full thing. Your look sharp, yeah. Girl, I just feel like I just keep like having like, it's not even like insane. Like, I don't know how to describe it. The like, the lag is only, also mods, can we get a new guessing game on TikTok, please? It's been sitting for like 10 minutes, y'all. The lag is like just like little moments where I just like have a little jitter. It's very weird. You're March Pisces. Oh my gosh. I just love it. It's crazy. It's crazy, baddies. It's crazy. I'm gonna make a coffee after this round, I think, guys. I think I'll make a coffee after this round. Coffee since the update, yeah. It's like I just cannot. Like even right now, I'm just lagging. Like, and my ping is great, which is why I'm so confused. My ping is 18, so I'm like, why am I lagging? You know what I mean? Like, if my ping is 18, why on God's green earth am I lagging right now? Hold on. Oh, I'm not paying attention. I might lose this fight. This is a bot. Thank God it's a bot. I actually hate that gun. Sorry, I had to lock in there. No worries. You're good. You're good, Samantha. If you're at work, don't worry about it. If you're at work, don't worry about it. We just don't have anybody on TikTok right now. You're so good. All I did was ask a sign. Wait, I'm so missed it. The cat is Zodiac Worms. Oh. Hi, Maddie. Talking to her, I would never eat a whole pizza. I am relatable, yes. Thank you, TikTok baddies. I appreciate you. Sorry, we just had nobody, and I was like, ooh, I got nervous for a minute. But no pressure if you are busy. We'll drop this. I see this guy over there. What am I doing? See, it's like the game is so weird. Like that right there. Did you see that? Like I just like I keep getting caught on surface. That's what it is. I'm like getting caught on surfaces. That's what I think the lag has been for me. Is like I keep getting caught on little surfaces. I'm like, hello. Like it's just like little rubber band. I'm like crazy. Hi Natalie, how are you? I'm like, oh my God, girl. Hi Amelie, how are you? Yeah, but we wherever you'd like to. If you want to be on purple, that's totally fine. Yeah, it's like so. It's like weirdly. Meg, thank you for the sub with Prime. Okay, we get some slays for Meg. Baddie. We should go on and on. And like, girl, not even shooting it straight up in the. Hello. Okay, did they change that? Because it used to go much higher. Whatever. Slay. I got somebody. Ooh. Fuck this game, dude. My God, I'm actually like, I'm kind of done. I'm not gonna lie. The lag is so bad that I'm kind of done. Like I just keep lagging. I can't even like move my thing. Oh my God, it's crazy. It's, oh, there's the, I got the pickaxe, y'all. Like every time I go to move, I'm like, there's like a, it's like a stutter. It's so bad. It makes it impossible. Oh my God. Girl, you need a new haircut? I love the way my hair looks, Jay. What? sorry. Girl, what is wrong with you? Like, in what world do you think that's appropriate to ask somebody? And mods, please don't ban yet. In what world do you think that's appropriate to ask somebody? In what world? Thank you, Meg, for the gifted sub. In what world? Because I'm bald? Yeah, and you're annoying as shit. Haircut looks great, King. Thank you, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, are you lagging like crazy? Hello, baddie. Like, girl, get the F out of here, please. My hair's fabulous. I have a condition. Okay, and your condition is being a bitch on the internet? Oh, okay. I didn't realize your condition was being a bitch on the internet. That's kind of crazy. Must be terminal, bitch. Must be terminal, honey. Must be goddamn terminal. Damn. Damn. Must be terminal. I just keep having like this stutter, guys. The stutter lag is crazy. Anyways, we blocked him. Don't worry about it, y'all. Matt, thank you for the follow. How are coming at the perfect time? Yes. I keep like, it's like all that's happening. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing it, but it's like I go to move or turn and it's not a rubber banding, but it's like my game is like, it's like stuttering and my ping is fine. So I'm like, okay, this is weird. But like my movement feels so off that it's like a weird, like, I don't even know how to describe it. The stutter is crazy, honey. Francesca, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Got his ass. I know there's reason it. See this ass in action. True. Yeah, my game, it's just like, it's very odd. I've never experienced that yet. So I'm like, okay. I'm wondering if I switch servers, maybe, but I don't know if that's even like the issue. I mean, should I go to NA Central since NA Central is like the normal one? Because I'm on NA East right now, but NA East doesn't exist for it. Blossom, thank you for the follow. Let's go to auto. Girl sign, let me change it. Oh, there it is. Go to auto. I don't watch a lot of K-drama. Catching Print with us. You also take the class. Wait, Catching Print. Girl, what are you saying to me? I'm sorry. I'm not caught up on this lingo, babes. Magooby, thank you for that. I love you so much. Don't go to auto. It adds more ping. Does it? Wait. Me not knowing anything about the ping on this game. Can they just add NA East back? Was that crazy to ask? Guys, where you from? New York. Oh my God, look up Catching Print. I don't know what, okay, what is it? What is it though? Give it a shot and then always stop after being misery. Friend, you need to take the class. It will help your life. Wait, what are you talking about? What does that mean? No, there's no more NA East for zero build. I don't know if there is for builds, but zero build, NA East and Central are combined. Someone gave a gray sweatpant dissertation about Print. Oh, like a ball, like a dick bulge in. Oh, okay. Like a dick bulge, you mean, in gray sweatpants? A dissertation on it, honey. What's a dissertation? What do they got to say? What do they got to say? Oh, did someone say gray sweatpants? Guys, calm down. Jeez, you all are too much. Oh, I thought it was manic. Well, a lot of men have been feeling uncomfortable with women talking about their prints. Here's what I'll say to the men who are feeling uncomfortable about it. Girl, women have been made uncomfortable their entire lives for centuries by men. So you know what? You can deal with 5 seconds of having your dick looked at in a gray sweatpant. Okay, women their entire lives have been gawked and stared at and hooted and hollered at and catcalled at. So, you know what I mean? That's all I gotta say. Oh, period. Like, now hold on a minute. Now, wait a second. All right, I was gonna get coffee. From you're wearing jeans now. Girl, if you could, I'm gonna say if you can catch somebody's print when they're wearing jeans, then marry them. Because you're not gonna get any better. That's all I'm gonna say. Hi, Willow. If you're catching a print in jeans, then you're not gonna get anything better. All right. Okay. Megumi, thank you for the gifties. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. You're welcome. Bestie, if you catch a print in your jeans, you're gonna get hurt. Oh my God. Catching prints has been so fun. What do you guys like go hunting for prints? I'm so confused. Is this a trend? Are you guys like, I don't understand. What do you mean hunting for prints? What are you doing? Are you guys like, I'm so confused. Well, and this is why I don't stand up on stream. Yes, hunting for prints. Yeah, me too. I'm so out of my depth here. Like, guys, I'm on gay TikTok, but I'm not on this side of TikTok. I don't know what this is. Hunting for prints is great. I barely have to hunt. Okay. Okay. God damn. What are y'all doing on your free time? I'm collecting Pokemon cards, okay? I'm hunting Pokemon cards, all right? You guys can keep hunting for whatever the heck you're hunting for. All I'm doing these days is hunting for Pokemon cards, okay? But you guys keep hunting for what you're hunting for. Printimon, oh my God. Y'all are crazy. Come on up. Y'all are crazy. Girl. So sorry. Moon Baby, thank you for that floating puss. I so appreciate that, by the way. You have no room to talk. Mr. Catfish uses Vienna bread. Okay. Wow, Becca. You did Peachy. Which one did you get? Okay, clock my tea. Okay, clock my tea. Damn. If you can't see the printer, what is wrong with you all? Girl, I'm gonna... You all are feral. Feral. Mind you, I just got here. You all are feral. It was a Meowth? Ooh, I love that. I really want the new Meowth in the new set, but I can't find it anywhere. Bark, bark. Bark, freaking bark. It's time to start objectifying men again. Hunting for comic books, I swear I'm innocent. Uh-huh. Well, thank you for the follow over here too. I appreciate it. I don't even know what's going on. Home Depot has been helping a girl out. Okay, girl. What's your favorite Pokemon? I have a few. Minun and Plusle are two of my favorites. I also love Wigglytuff, Togepi, Gardevoir. I love. But Minun and Plusle are definitely my top two. Love the bulge awareness. Yeah. Moving with another puss. Thank you, Batty. Or it was the same puss. It's the same one. Thank you for the puss. Sorry, I missed it. I didn't clock it. I think I want to carry this instead. I feel like I need to carry Bunks right now. Jay!
Then we go to the gay club.
Okay,
and
Batty.
who do I see as soon as I get in the door? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair. Yes.
Okay.
Julep. And you know what? What was that? Okay. James.
Yes. Do. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, no, I'm mad because I was following you and then I wasn't. I'm offended. That's okay, Becca. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Spiteful J. I really appreciate that. Does catching my husband's sprint count? Yes. Y'all are freaks. Y'all are freaks of nature. Taylor, thank you for the follow. Freaks of nature. So, like, I don't understand the hunting, though. Are you guys, like, going on, men's videos to, like, look up? Like, I don't understand. Are you, like, going out into the wild? Like, what's the tea? What's the shade here with this? Hi, girly gamer lover. I see more than but yes, the wild. Like, you're going to, like, the grocery store and, like, looking for a print. Just like, no, we go to the gym and wild and look for prints. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna be very real with you. Please download Tinder. Go get laid. I love you all so much, but my God, I've never met a chat that needs to get dick down so bad in my life. Like, good Lord, honey. Just you, I'm telling you, men are easy. Go find one. Take 5 minutes. My God. My God. I'm glad, Taylor. I need to. It's gonna be too much. Not the man I want. Oh my God, Nessie. Tinder does not work for me. Okay. Go to the I'm sure. Just go to the gym for 5 minutes. Be like, hey, I'm telling you, men are easy. Okay, I was gonna say Grinder, but don't get on Grinder. Oh, I'm in the storm. I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. I'm just like, damn. Sniffies is where it's at. Okay, you freaks. You all need Jesus. I feel like I'm cheating on my celebrity crush. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Go to the rich Whole Foods. Literally. Some things stay in the drafts. Yeah. Is my rivalry? Oh, should I try and grab that? We're like, guys, you guys are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Hello? See that lag right there, girl. Ooh, I like, oh my God. Honey, she's so mad at me. Well. I know, guys, it's a Monday afternoon. Like, I need y'all to take a breather. We got a whole week ahead of us, girls. We got a whole week ahead of us. We got a long time coming. Sativa, thank you for the follow. Oh, okay, Emmy. Girl, go to the hospital, babes. Well. Okay, Willow. Make it the Monday blues go away. See, oh my God, hello. I keep freezing. It's Becca from the other side. Oh my gosh. My mind's on Joe Curie 25-8. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, this is what I do like this skin a lot. I never wear it, but I actually think it's one of the better skins. I do think it's pretty good. I have no idea. Let's do Breaking Dishes by Rihanna. I think that's fun. Oh. The one thing I don't like about these gloves too, I keep saying this, but I wish it was an account. I wish it was like a durability thing. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that it only has like 20 uses. Like, I wish it was like it ran out of juice eventually. Maybe that's a hot take. But I feel like it's so quick to lose. Loved your glitch video, right, Alexi? Like, I think about the what ones am I thinking about? I'm thinking about, like, for example, the boost gloves, the base boost gloves. Those were not like 16 uses or whatever. You know what I mean? Oh my God! If I lag anymore, I'm gonna go crazy. This is insane. Like this, I'm going insane. Like, girl. Oh. And immediately a third party. Bye. Bye. Get the F out of here. Honey, please. Wait, I'm getting fired at from where? Oh, over there. Girl. All right, what do we have here? Over there. He's up there. Fuck! And of course, I hate this game, bro. Of course I'm getting third party at the same time. You know what? I feel like it's kind of not worth it. I'm gonna get third partied here. I feel like I should run. I got Donald fucking Duck over there. And I got somebody else on the other side of me here. Put yourself first. I know. He's peeking above the little thing there. Like, push me if you're gonna push me. Look at this. Look at him. You see him just peeking there? He's just peeking. Big Daddy Drix. Is he gonna do? Look, he keeps peeking. Ooh, and I got somebody above. Please tell me she's gonna aim on him. Please let them fight. Oh my God, I'll piss my pants. Power Ranger, turn your ass around. Fuck. Power Ranger ignored completely. Okay, why did I kind of eat with that Nemesis AR? Wait. 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 Wait, wait, wait. Why did I kind of eat with that? Wait. Pause. Pause. Nope, 4 left. Pause. It's my go-to. Maybe it is. Alyssa, thank you for that puss, by the way. I really appreciate it. We're just 5 pusses away. I feel like I did kind of eat. Okay, 3 people left. I don't want to be the one that gets third-partied. I want to do the third-partying. Look how big this goddamn circle is, by the way, for 3 people left. Fighting. I'm his ass. I'm better. I don't know why he was continuing to drink and not run. I don't know why he continued to drink and not run. Okay. I don't know why he was like just standing there drinking the chug and not moving. But like, slay baddie. Well, guys, if you're new here, let me do my introduction to say hello real quick.
Bitch, you know
I'm
I'm
gonna
solo.
zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
I-T-G-I-R-L.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend
ATL. All right, baddies. All right, well, I think I'm gonna make a quick cup of coffee now that I got a win there. So we're taking like a 30-second break. I'm gonna go make a quick cup of coffee. Let's see if we can tap to 150K, y'all. And put on some music and put on a one. If you're tired of hearing the intro, no, I don't. I love my intros. That was such an edit. Yeah, it's a good one. Alter ego. Well, I do need one for alter ego. All right, let me put on. I don't even know. I got 4th place here. We'll do that one. I'll be like just a minute, guys. I'll be so quick. You don't even know I'm gone. I'll be so fast. Okay, I just need to make a cup of coffee. A girl needs a coffee. Okay. A girl needs her coffee. Tongue Joy would never, except she is gonna drink some coffee real quick. Okay. All right, I'll be right back, baddies. Don't go anywhere. I'm putting on a little music while I go. I'll be so fast. BRB. I'm gonna go make a quick cup. Be right back. See you in a second. back with my coffee. Hold on. I'm back with my coffee. Ooh, this song, crazy song. Crazy song. All right, so they know I needed to make a cup of coffee. I need to make a cup of coffee. I'm not gonna lie. A girl needed a cup of coffee. All right. A girl needed a cup for the afternoon. For the afternoon. I feel like I should change my skin. Charmin, thank you for the heartbeat, by the way. I appreciate it. And welcome in if you're just joining in, guys. I hope you're having a fabulous Monday. I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a good Monday, you know? I'm adjusting to my new medications, but I'm doing pretty good otherwise. The meds are kind of throwing me through a little bit of a loop, but not too bad. Not too bad, y'all. Black Rose, it's okay. Welcome in. Not too bad. My brain is definitely quieter, which is nice. I won't lie. Hi, Croczilla. How are you? Is Susie here in Australia? Okay, Patty. Well, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. I always know when it's time for me to go to bed when I, meds for what? So I take meds for mental health, ADHD and anxiety. And the ones that I were on were not helping me. They were actually harming me. My doctor finally figured out. So we are switching meds. Girl, it's Monday. Well, somebody just said it's Tuesday in Australia. And I said, so, well, happy Tuesday. Because somebody says, because it is Tuesday in Australia. But I was saying, I always know when it's time to go to bed because I watch, oh my God, what's her name? Fidon Lemony. I watch her, and whenever she posts her, like, lunch, I'm like, oh, it's time for me to go to bed. Lemony. How'd you find out it was the wrong meds? Because I was having heart palpitations, extreme anxiety, and I literally have not been able to do anything but stream, and even stream just for a couple of hours every day. So I knew the meds were not helping and were actively making it impossible for me to exist. Impossible for me to exist. Good, Emmy. I started taking it. That's horrible. WTF. Yes, that's what I've been experiencing for the past 2 months now. 2 months or so. Just about. And I had an appointment last Friday with a new doctor, and she was like, oh, these meds are all wrong. She's like, you should not be taking these meds. She was asking me, she's like, when you're at work, like when you're streaming and stuff, do you get like irritable easily? Do you get burnt out? Do you get, do you like lose energy halfway through your day? And I'm like, literally, that is the exact issue. She's like, I'm like, every stream, I feel like I get like crazy burnt out very easily halfway through. So I was like, are you watching my stream? I was like, girl, how do you know? Yes, she did. So the reason that my symptoms are worse on my old ones is because I had gastric bypass surgery 2 years ago, guys. So almost 2 years ago. And I have now lost so much weight that I'm a little over 200 pounds lost. But because of that, the size of my stomach is so different than what it used to be. Like legitimately, like the organ, my stomach organ, is the size of like a baseball, right? Compared to, I don't know, what it usually is. And the meds that I'm currently on and taking for my ADHD and anxiety are extended release medications. And those extended release medications don't work for people with gastric bypass because your body digests things differently. My body digests things differently. And so what should be like releasing over the course of a day is releasing over the course of like, I don't know, like, like very quickly, if that makes sense. So I was having these heart palpitations, this crazy reaction to the medication I was taking because my body was digesting it way too fast, if that makes sense. And it shouldn't have been that way. So my anxiety meds and things like that were releasing like it was all happening at once rather than it was supposed to be like over the course of 12 hours. You know what I mean? And so that was the issue. So when I would have these like heart palpitations or not be able to do anything, it's because my meds were going crazy and like making my body freak out from like 11 a.m. to like 2:30 p.m. or 3 p.m. And then I would crash immediately after that because my body was like unable to sustain what was going on. So that's what was happening with my meds there. Have you felt like that? No, it's just because of the weight loss. Because my body also absorbed, because I've lost so much weight, my body absorbed the medications differently up until now. You know what I mean? But it's been like 3 or 4 months that I've had these issues too. Jax, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. I so appreciate that. Oh my God, wait, I missed something. Wait, hold on, T. I missed something. No fear with the butterfly. Oh my God, the June butterflies. Thank you. How are you? Thank you guys for the love. Holy cow. Thank you, baddies. But yeah, if that makes sense, that's kind of the tea. And bro, thank you for the puss. That's kind of the tea on what's going on with my meds. So right now what we're doing with my doctor is we're slowly taking meds away and adding things in. But if you have ever had mental health meds or changes to mental health meds, you know that you have to do it like one by one. You can't just like drop everything and change everything in one go, or you never will know what works and doesn't work, or is hurting your body and not helping your body. Because it literally is a game of like process of elimination. Not today, Jay. No, we play all different games here. And so that's the tea. So the process takes a long time. So I'm adjusting to the meds right now, and we're going there. Girl, can I lock in? I don't know what they were doing. Hi, Sue. How are you? So anyways, that's the tea there. So I started new medication. It's made me a little drowsy. That's the only thing that the med has done outside of like the usual stuff. So I'm just getting used to it still. Still getting used to it. And it's made I have a dry mouth, kind of crazy. Don't be nervous about them. Listen, they're the best thing that I ever did. I won't lie. I'm glad I did them. It's just, you know, it's a lot of work too. You know, it has its ups and downs with anything, I feel like. With anything. Hi, NJL. It's good to see you. But yeah, so that's currently the tea with my medication, you know. But I will say my sleep is much better. Like, guys, I have not been able to sleep. Like, if you guys know, I talk about how bad my sleep schedule is and how bad things have been with my sleep schedule for what, months? For the first time last night, I went to bed at like 12:30 and woke up at 9 o'clock and got like 7.5 hours of sleep. And that quite literally never happens. That literally never happens. So I was like, okay. I was like, that's what I want every day. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm trying to get to that every day. So it was very nice. So this first medication, she's very much trying to get my circadian rhythm back. That was like her goal. She was like, I think part of your issue is that your circadian rhythm is like a mess. And so your body is like not able to figure out what it needs. There is. Yes, Nessie gets me. Yeah. I'll take this for a moment for now because I don't have anything else. Also, guys, we're almost to 70 followers on TikTok. We're 3 away. So if you're scrolling by, we'll leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. We'll shout out the next 3 folks. What a weird time for it. Yeah, they added it in. It's one of the rewards or whatever. One of the rewards or whatever. For, one of the, is it the foundation, I think? That got it. Yeah, there is like a significant delay for me. It's like crazy. Like, guys, I hit F just now and now it opened. Do you see that? Do you see how delayed that was? Versus when I said I hit F, like to open up the chest. Do you see the delay there? Like, that's crazy. Like, I literally have like a significant delay. Do you play Deadlock? I do. I haven't played it in a hot minute since the update, but I do. I do. Wow, that's wild. Little drama. Oh, okay. Bring out with the team. Yeah, it's like very weird. Hi, Spam. How are you? Let me be caught in the storm. I'm not paying attention. Yeah, like there's just like, I can tell specifically, I can tell very easy with this grapple thing because there's like a delay with it. Bro, let me lock it. Bah. Bot, 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 bot. Bot, 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 bot. Do you play Terminal Brigade? I don't know what that is. No. Or you said it is so good? Yes, I do like Marvel Rivals a lot. All right, y'all. We're gonna show the next 3 followers on TikTok. If you are scrolling by and seeing this live, and you leave a follow right now, we're gonna shout you out. But also, if you see the red follow button above your face, above my face, I mean, then that means you're homophobic. And the only way you can become an ally, like Lady Grey just did, is by hitting the follow button. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. I just enforce them. Hi, Brenna. How are you? I just enforce them, y'all. I don't make those rules. I literally just enforce them. Okay. It's just part of how I work. Work designer. Okay. I also feel like these are useless right now. This guy, by the way. Girl, can I hit a shot maybe? Where'd he go? Oh. He stayed over there. Ooh. I don't... Nope, there's still one more. I knew there was another one. Nope, I had my shots there. You're fine, Jags. Mooses, how are you? Welcome in. Not hitting my shots there, guys. I feel like I want to try the Nemesis more than the combat now. I'm like, maybe I should try the Nemesis and be like, wait. Nope, that's combat. Be like, wait. Be like, wait. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Ah. Nemesis is top tier. Yeah, I had some like, girl, some really decent shots with it today. I was like, oh damn, that was kind of crazy. That person's still over there. I'm gonna go over to this thing. Wait, so what do I have to do when I get over to this thing, guys? I shoot the robots? Is that the T? Oh my god. How many do I have to shoot? Girl. Pog, dude, he was so low too. That's crazy. Oh my god. I can't even shoot the robots because I get third partied. Like, girl, I just want to play the fun game. Oh my god. I know, the damn jumpers. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. Well, Betty, if you're new here, let's introduce ourselves one more time again. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie. And this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
And thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, y'all. Welcome on in. If you're just joining in, you finally have this game. Trini, thank you for the heart me. Thank you guys. Welcome in. What time is it? Oh my god, it's almost 6 o'clock. Girl, where'd the day go? Oh, she went by fast. Okay. Okay, day by going by fast. Okay, clock that. Day going by quick. Oh my god, we've been live for 4 hours. Wait, I didn't even realize we've been live that long. Holy cow. Producer's goaded. Thank you, Caleb. Welcome in. How are you? It does not feel like we've been live for 4 hours already. Does not feel that way. Guys, I'm crocheting a little bit too. I'm like almost done with this. We're getting there. I've both our Takajori truly. Takajori would never order a pizza for himself. The tea is I would gladly order a whole pizza for myself. That's the real tea, and I'd have no shame in it too. What are you making? A Bulbasaur. A Bulbasaur. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you order all pizza and then you take leftovers. I feel like that's the way you do it. Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong for saying that? I've tried it. I don't have the patience for it. And my hands are kind of, I have like sausage fingers. So honestly, cross stitching is tough for me. Exactly. I will always sometimes, okay, you want to, okay, is this depressing, guys? I have ordered a 2 for $20 by myself, but to have the meal, the second meal for later, like another day. Is that depressing? Like from Applebee's, like the 2 for $20 from Applebee's. Like I've ordered the 2 for $20 from Applebee's for myself, but then I just have the second meal for later. And I also get the appetizer too. So then I have like 3 meals basically. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that works in a way. I would have thought of that, right? I feel like I'm like coming up with good ideas there. Somebody over here. Dad, life hack. You worked at Applebee's for 9 years. T. That's the hella movie night right there at surprise lunch next day. Exactly. The only thing is for me, when I used to not have gastric bypass and I had it, I would sometimes eat the whole 2 meals. And you know what? Still no shame in my goddamn game either with that. Okay. Still no shame in my goddamn game with that either. All right. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, like I'm like not running and crouching either. In the fridge another time in theory. Exactly. I have no self-control. That's the only problem is if you don't have self-control over the food. Then you're like, ooh, girl, I just ate 2 meals and an appetizer in one sitting. And then you're like, oh shit. You're like, oh girl, I fucked up. You know what I mean? Because then you're like, oh damn. Was super clean. I feel like, okay, did anybody else when they were a kid in high school used to do pancake breakfasts at their local Applebee's? Did anybody else do that when they as a fundraiser? Nobody. So I've been in the kitchen. So we used to do it for when we take our choir trips, and we used to do like we'd have to serve the pancakes or whatever on it was like a Saturday morning or something. But we used yeah, but they had like cooks and stuff. It was kind of fun. Original experience. I don't know. I enjoyed it at the time. Bro, what is the shape? It's the crown, isn't it? There's office near me. I don't get office for anything. I always collab with IHOP, so now it's an IHOP Applebee's. Ooh. Girl, I'm dead. Just kidding. Let me eat here. Really, Emma? Oh my gosh. And sister, you're so good at that. And sister, you're so good at that. I was super familiar with myself, literally. I've been looking for anything saying that, Amy, I'll have to keep looking. Again, I don't know if that specific emote is. I don't know. People are saying it is. That's the only tea I've got. I need to look up. I'll look up after stream. I don't know for sure, so I don't want to be like, it is. Ooh. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm an idiot. Girl, I'm playing bad. I'm playing awful right now. I can't. I'm out of sprint all the fucking time. I feel like I'm just. I need it for sprint. Fuck. I'm so dead, guys. Okay, I'm so far away from literally everywhere. Hold on, y'all. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I'm so far away. What does she have here? Oh my God, please. Guys, I had to lock in there. Hold on. I had to lock the F in there. Holy shit, y'all. Ah, I have no movement. I'm effed. Thanks, right away. Never order to F 20. Guys, we're one follower away from 70 followers on TikTok, by the way. Who's gonna be our 70th? I feel like I need. Ugh, okay. Who's gonna be our 70th? Zach is. Zach is. Hello, okay, you sweaty. I feel like I don't need to carry all these guns. And I don't think I need to carry both gloves. I feel like I only need one glove. Like, I don't know if I need the Ice King gloves and... Like, what do I get rid of? I've never used the Ice King gloves, so I have no idea what to keep and get rid of here. Like, does this go that far? Nope. Nope. Hi, Laurel. How are you? Nope. Hi, Shelby. No, you're so fine, Samantha. You're literally fine, Batty. You're quite literally fine, my friend. I'm like, do I get rid of... Like, I don't even know. Like, do I get rid of the DMR? I don't know. I don't know, baddies. I don't know. I know it's so nice out today. It'll still be light out when at 7 o'clock, so I'm gonna go outside after stream. Catch some of that nice warm weather, honey. Nice warm weather. Get some heals. I feel like I should, but also, girl, it's kind of crazy that it's still there's still like 11 people left. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my God. Holy shit. Girl, what the fuck? Not gonna lie, I know they all think I have aimbot for some reason. 3 of them are watching me right now. There's no way they don't think I have aimbot because literally I don't know how I hit those shots. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know how the I hit those shots. I'll be so real. I have no idea. I have no idea how I hit those shots. I'll be so freaking real. Jenna, thank you for the heart, by the way. Appreciate it. Hi, Jenna. Like, I have no idea. That was crazy. There are some days where I hit my shots and I'm like, girl, how did I do that shit? And why can't I have that every game? You know what I mean? Hi, Tay, how are you? Like, why is it only 1 game out of 1,000 that I land those shots like that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's going good, Tay. Yeah, we kind of did time it perfectly. I kind of wonder if I should change my sensitivity on my, like, when I'm ADSing. There's 6 people left. How big is the circle? Oh my God, it's huge. Circle is giant for 6 people. ADS is when you're scoping. I can't remember what it's referencing to. But when you're like lining up the shot. I love how this gun looks. I think it looks so cool. Might look at the follow. Aim down sight. Thank you. I'm kind of camping right now to see what's going on. This guy is still watching me, by the way. He just left. He finally stopped watching me. Tough skin. It's a good one, Milo. It's one of my faves. I like this skin a lot. I think it's fun. I never wear it. I never wear it, but it's a good skin. Skylar, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I just don't want to move because I hate how big the circle is for 6 people left. You know what I mean? And I know the storm's going to move towards my direction, probably. Coffee, Hosebad. Coffee. So I feel like I got to hang tight here for a few. Has anybody else? I feel like every time I was like, the circles are always still so large by endgame this season. I'm like, damn, girl. I'm like, damn, girl. Okay, of course it moves the other direction that I thought it was going to. All right, well, time to move. I could rift it. Let me rift. Girl. But then they know where I am. But then they know where I am. Oh, so he's over there. Somebody's over there, honey. Everyone dies so fast. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think the storm needs to adjust based off the number of people that are left. Yeah, same Chelsea. Fight going on. Again, I'm not going to third party this. I'm going to wait. I'm going to push it over. Those were bots, right? Like, girl, hello? Nothing much, no. We just been playing games. We got 1 win today. Okay, now there's only 4 people left. Again, I'm kind of just chilling. I don't want to like do too much movement here until I know for sure what's going on. I kind of need new gloves though. Actually, I should look for new gloves. Because I only have 6 left on this glove. Minky, thank you for the heart, me. Guys, thank you. We do have our puss goal going on, y'all. Well, we've basically slayed up some things, so thank you. Thank you for the love. 4 crowns. Oh, I can't win souls. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I do have, I don't know how many crowns I gotta see how many wins I have this season. We can look after this. We've got a few. We've got a few wins. We've got a few wins. We had a lot first day of the season, actually. First day of the season, we got like 4. It was kind of crazy. And then never again. And then never again. Okay, I do have the shocks, but I feel like I shouldn't. I'm not gonna take the shocks yet. I'm kind of locked in here a little bit, y'all. Nada. Yeah, the lag has been a huge issue for me this week. Or at least today. I hate how big the map is still. Only use legendary or something? I could maybe do that. Oh, I'm trying to get shot at. Whoever was, reveal their location. They're over there. Thing is, I don't want to pick fights unless I absolutely have to, because I don't want to be the one who's third party. Fuck! God damn it. Fuck me. Okay, he's low. Okay, I don't know what that was. I won't lie to you. Number two, had to lock in. Pokemon friends even follow. That's 2 for the day, honey. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I feel like I kind of ate that round up, didn't we? Miki, thank you for the GGs. Reed, thank you for the follow. If you're new here, let me introduce myself and say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that
Girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
She's bald, honey. No, we kind of got that. She was low. I don't know why she like pushed. Girl, can I not pin? Hello, what is going on right now? Sorry, my TikTok's being funky. Girl, okay. Sorry, my TikTok's being weird. Oh, there we go. I was trying to pin the post goal. Okay, welcome in, all. If you're new here, Alien, thank you for the follow. Of course, I have my own intro clip. I got several. She's bald. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, she was being funky today. No, that was a good. Let me see how many. Let's see. How do I see my is it the stats? What do we look for? Current 0 build. That feels wrong to me. I feel like I have more that there's no way I only have, no, there's no way I only have 3. Wait, what? Oh, wait, is that not counting? Oh, wait, is that counting ranked? Wait, does ranked count? Maybe because Hannah, I kind of save the challenges for when we get like gifties or things, so I'm gonna save it for that. I appreciate it, but I think I might save it for that. We might do it, but I normally save it when we have like a special thing happening. But maybe we'll do a challenge or something. Maybe we will. I'll think about it. I'm trying to look to see my stats maybe delayed up to, oh, maybe it doesn't count the most recent stats. But I'm clicking the ranked and it's not even showing up. Hi, Savvy. Like, I'm clicking ranked and it's doing nothing. Like, girl, can it just like show? Can it, like, do you see how the rank thing? I'm like clicking it. Like, there's not, it's not letting me turn it on. I know I got 4 the first day. That's why I'm like, this number is not right. I know I got more than 5. I know I have more wins than 5. We literally got 4 on the first day. Hi, Pixel Bunny. So I'm like, there's no way this is right. There's a delay. Oh, maybe it's not counting today's wins then. Because we got 2 today. Maybe it's not counting today's wins. Perhaps. Mayhaps. Not counting today's wins. Possibly. Mayhaps. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, I'm looking through my stuff real quick here. Yeah, let's count today's wins. Yeah, T. Thank you for the SC wins. Tilly! Oh my god, with the sub. Thank you, baddie. I appreciate you. Thank you. To go. Oh. Thank you so much. Oh, 12 months, by the way. 1 year, guys. Can we get some slays? Career movie recommendation, Birdcage. Great one. Tilly has been sub for a full year. That's crazy. Thank you so much, my friend. 1 full year, baddie. That's crazy. Insane. It's your anniversary. Birdcage, yeah, it's a great movie. I love Birdcage. Slay. Amber, thank you for the go populars. Y'all, these new meds are giving me a headache today, but it's okay. It's okay. We're staying locked and loaded. We're staying locked and loaded, honey. Yeah, Luke, it's pretty cool, right? Oh no! Are they gonna reach it before I do? No. Sorry, Queen. She didn't quite make it. She didn't quite make it, y'all. She tried. She tried. Hi, Nini, how are you? Hey guys, TikTok has given us a goal for 165k likes on TikTok today. So if you're able to help tap with the screen, helps a bunch with that. You're so sassy. I love it. I know. She was in her own world. Listen, it was a bot. Okay. Ooh, it was over there. That's got to be a real person. Not already with the goddamn fortress over here. Girl, where is she? She run? Girl, did she run? I have no ammo. She must have ran. Damn, honey. I don't even know how she could have ran from that. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Well, okay then. Damn, girl. Oh, no! And it's fine. Because fall damage, the math never makes sense in Fortnite with fall damage. Somehow that's 10. Oh, my God. And she's going to kill me here. She's in the bush. Thank God I got her. Thank God I got her. Wait, let me emote. Okay, anyways. I wanted to emote on her. Because I got her. Because I got her. Because I got her, okay? All right. All right. Okay. I cooked. Let me move things around here. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. Lord have mercy, queen. Meow, meow, meow. You ever finished the RV game? No, we never did. Well, yes. Rachel, thank you for the finger hearts. And I'm Justice. Wait, I just saw that puss. Thank you for the floating octopus, friend. Can we get some slays for that, y'all? Okay, we got somebody fighting the Ice King over there. Girl. I actually hate, maybe I hate the Nemesis close range. Maybe I feel like the Nemesis is better long range. I feel like the Nemesis is not good for me close range. I feel like every time I'm hitting things with a Nemesis, it's just not locking in. Tomas, thank you for the puss. Like, I feel like I can't hit shots with the Nemesis close. I feel like long range, it's fine for me. But close range, I'm not hitting the shots. At all. I'm not. Like, I'm just not hitting them at all. It's like crazy. Yeah, Trey, they never make any sense these days. With the sleigh boots. With the sleigh boots. Boots with the fur, as they say. Boots with the fur. We got a little bit left of our goals, y'all. Make sure to keep tapping, by the way. We are trying to get back on the FYP on TikTok. We're still kind of not there yet, but thank you for the support and tapping and sharing. I really do appreciate it. Helps a bunch. And if you are new here, make sure to follow. We're almost to 75 followers on TikTok. Boots, that's my ego boost. Switch. Yeah, it's crazy, Angela. Like, it's just not at the pace that I need it to be. You know what I mean? Another 45 minutes, Steph, probably. Oh, Laura, I love that. Yes, TikTok has been mad at us for a little bit. So we're trying to like get back on the algo little by little. She's been mad at us these past few weeks, this past week or two. Yeah, Steph, no, we've been live for almost, 4 hours and 30 minutes so far. Smash or pass Thor? Depends which Thor. Like, Smash is in, like, Chris Hemsworth Thor? Smash. Sue, thank you for the high bear. And Sue, thank you for the gold boxing gloves, too. Smash. Hi, Maggie. How are you? How are you? Anything new, Capella? Yeah, we've been working on nothing crazy new, probably since the last time you saw it. Nothing crazy new. I'll be real. What about throwing the God of War games? I don't even know that one. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Maggie. Nope, Kaden, I'm not. It tells me I'm in day 1 of a 3-day streak. Why does it do that if I watch almost every day? Sharpest, the reason why is because when my stream restarts and you aren't, because I crash all the goddamn time, it unfortunately resets the streak. It's really annoying. Moon Baby, thank you for the puss. We're just 1 puss away now. It's very annoying. Chloe, thank you for the floating octopus too. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. That completed the puss goal, y'all. I'll reset the goal here in a second. But yes, if you're on TikTok, say hi in the chat, y'all. We are dipping so low over there lately. I don't know what to do. Maybe we just stop going on TikTok altogether at this point. I'm like, at this point, maybe we're just done with TikTok. I think I'm getting to the point now where I'm just like ready to be done with TikTok altogether. It's so annoying. Constantly having to fight. Hi, Trinity. How are you? Oh, Sharpest, I'm so glad. Bello. The bird chicken, but do you like Thai curries? I love green curry. Green curry is my favorite curry of all time. Green curry is delicious. I love green curry. No, I'll do vids, yeah. We're on Twitch. We're on Twitch. Thank you. Movie go populars. Girl, I'm gonna die here. I already know. Oh, never mind. I love fried chicken. Never had it. Yeah, green curry is my favorite. It's like, it's a little bit of a spicier curry. So if you don't like spicy, you might not like it, but I really like it. I really like it. I'm a big fan. Oh, thanks, Haley. Yes, if you're a follower, I will be usually, but we're still like, it's just weird. It's been weird for me. Would you swap to YouTube? I would. Canadian. Yeah, I was thinking about going on YouTube. And so I don't know. I'm not sure yet. It's tough because TikTok is so great, but I will say it's annoying to constantly have to, like, I don't know, fight to stay relevant on the platform all the time. You know what I mean? It's a bot. This is a bot. I've never been on YouTube. I've never streamed on YouTube before. I've never been really, I'm trying to get like onto YouTube, but I'm not like I've never really was a YouTube like kid either. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid growing up, I never like watched YouTube, you know? Who would it be? Oh God, I have no idea. You watch all your Pokemon vendors on YouTube Live? Wait, that's so funny. I don't even know how the live experience works because I just see like videos on there. I have no idea how it even works. I have to look into it. Live shows or movies, yeah. Yeah, I make shorts on there. They don't do super great, but they do okay. You are a Vimeo girly? Yeah. I post all the shorts that are on TikTok on YouTube too. Every day. Does Happy stream on YouTube? Oh, I didn't know that. Have you played Roblox? Yeah. Yeah, that's helpful, Canadian, for sure. Yeah, maybe we'll try it out like one of these days. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I mean, it can't hurt, you know what I mean? I'll work on getting it set up and just see, you know. It might not be for me, you know, but we could give it a shot. Could give it a shot. See what happens. I did. I mean, I really only played like Dress to Impress and stuff. Oh my God, dude. I just like, the movement is so weird today. I don't know why I'm like chasing this guy right now. You played the new Resident Evil yet? No, I have not. Honestly, usually they take a little while for you to get the thing there. Becca, thank you for the heart hood. I appreciate that. And the love glasses, all those gifties. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I just noticed that. Thank you, my friend. Llama. I have never played any of the original Resident Evils. That's the T. I've never played any of the original Resident Evils. Anthony, oh, I'm so sorry. That is literally, I'm so heartbroken. That sucks, my friend. Hi, Bella, how are you? Oh my God. Where'd I get hit? Came from this way, but I can't tell. Try to draw a shot out of him. Okay. Ooh, there he is. He's running. No, I'm out of ammo. Shit. I'm gonna chase. My Diet Dr. Kelp?
Please, 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 don't prove
Jada! And Jessica!
Oh my God, thank you guys so much. I'm locked in here for a second. I'm locked in. I'm locked in a little bit because there's like multiple people here. Got him. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm getting like shot at from every direction right now. I'm eating, but I'm also like trying to not die here. Ate that up. Ate that up. Not gonna lie. Kind of ate that up. Damn! Oh my God, I was cooking. I shouldn't have pushed, I guess. I don't even know. How much, like, I feel like I hit, like, the numbers never add up to me.
That's
I
what
have
you
noticed.
said.
George!
And you know what? What was that?
Like,
Okay.
the numbers never
James.
add up. Oh my gosh, Melody, I love it. Guys, thank you for all the gifties and the love. I so appreciate that. We're just 2 subs for a sub goal. You ate that game? I know, we were kind of eating there. I feel like I was eating my aim up. Let me just go on TikTok, by the way. Thank you for all the love today, y'all. I really appreciate it. I do. Thank you, thank you. We were cooking. Oh, you're looking hot. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Hold on, I'm changing the goal. Hold on 1 second, Betty. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Okay. Slay. We were cooking up there, though. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. Let's play the hype train emote since I don't get to play that very often. All aboard! No, Minecraft not yet in my life. They are getting better.
All aboard the choo-choo train. All aboard the choo-choo train. All aboard the choo-choo train.
All aboard, all aboard.
choo-choo.
All aboard, honey. Choo-choo soul. Spiteful Jane with the 100 biddies as well.
Back
Oh my gosh,
rolls.
thank you. Back rolls. Oh, you guys are eating. Adriana, thank you for the heartbeat. And Cass, thank you for the follow. Oh, you guys are eating. Amazing show, TBH. Literally was my childhood. Literally was my childhood. Thank you, Jessica. That means a lot. It means a lot. Oh, a girl is here for the day. I don't, Minecraft. I'm sorry. I really don't. If I did, I would give it to you, but I really don't have any. I'm sorry. Baby Jane Joe. Oh my God. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, good testers. I love it. Baby Jane Joe. Taking formula well. Taking formula well. Baby Jane Doe. Oh my God. Calling my dog that because her name is Ava Jane. Wait, really? That's so funny. This ain't Philly. I think she's like the best character in the show. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. She is the best in the show. I love Dana. Yeah, she's amazing. It's also kind of like aiming. Girl, this catching print shit is gonna give me a heart attack. I gotta like find the source of this meme, you freaks. Catching print is so crazy to me. Actually kind of, I'm like, girl, what are we doing? From Righteous Gemstones, oh my gosh. I'm like, girl, we gotta take a break. I used to. I don't anymore because it's kind of now I just do it for everything I do. But I used to. I used to get anxiety in solos for sure. I used to. Pizza guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got about a minute left of the hype train, y'all. So thank you so much. Take it to the next level or so. Y'all are baddies. Y'all are baddies. The ability from I pulled a Mega Dragonite. Oh my god! I'm literally so jealous. Sydney Scissorhands. I'm literally so jealous. Crazy. Crazy. AOS, thank you for finishing out the sub goal. Oh, you guys are bad.
She's an icon. She's a legend, and she is the moment.
Thank you so much. Nice. Oh my god, thank you guys. Complete the goal on TikTok or on Purple, y'all. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. Y'all continue to bless me every day. So thank you, baddies. I appreciate you. How we doing on TikTok, baddies? We doing good over there? Hi, Bruvetti. Slay Purple. I feel like my stamina's been weird lately too. Like I feel like my slide jump is weird. Did they like change some? Maybe that's what it is for me. I'm like maybe that's what's feels different about it. Maybe that's what feels a little different. I don't know. I can't tell. It feels heavier or something, right? Am I crazy? The sliding a little bit different. Okay, so I'm not alone here. It feels heavier. That's a great word to describe it, M. Piper. It does. It feels heavier to me. I feel like a fat ass. I feel like I gained 50 pounds all of a sudden in the game. I'm like, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Yes, Mr. T. Yes, we're working on a whole bunch of different stuff. Yeah, new things on the horizon for sure. It is heavier, right? I'm not crazy. Like, I feel like I'm weighted down. Body tea. Body tea. We're in the house here. Just jumping all over the damn place. Just jumping all over the damn place. My God. Just jumping. I did third party. I'm a little shit there. I won't lie. I'm just thinking for the tiny bunnies. Just hipping and a hopping. Just hipping and a hopping. Guys, I want to see if we can get 100 followers on TikTok today. We're 25 away from 100. So if you're scrolling by right now and you're seeing this live and you're willing to follow for a zesty bestie, honey, I'm gonna leave a little follow. Can you be a baddie? You'd be a baddie with a fatty. Oh, like Kenzie is. Thank you, baddie. Is either third party or B third party? That's actually so true. The fact of the matter is you either have to third party or you are third partied. There's no in between. Yeah, I just feel heavy in this game right now. Hi, Josh. I feel heavy. I feel heavy. Like, okay. I don't really want the mammoth, I don't think. Girl. You sound so straight today, babe. It's my new medication that I'm on. I'll be sounding straight from now on. Unless even because I'm sick. Or but the side effects of my meds. Oop, somebody's shooting at me. From which direction though? Up here. We're now just 24 followers away from our goal on TikTok, y'all. So if you're scrolling by, I want to be a supportive little bee. she ran over that way. Well, they switched me to Clonidine. Girl, I can't. I feel like so heavy in this game right now. It's kind of crazy. If I lost that, I would have quit. I'm not kidding you guys. If I lost that match, I would have quit. Right there and then. Hi, Jessica. How are you? Oh my God, no worries at all, my friend. Colin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Your daily uncle humiliate. What does that mean? Wait, does this give me slurp only? Nope. Girl, you're still live? Yeah, I go live for about five and a half hours. I mean, this is my full-time job. So usually, guys, thank you for that hype train. I really appreciate it. So we've got about half an hour left. Half an hour left to stream or so. Just about. Just about. Maria, thank you for the dolphins. I appreciate that. Shoot you ka-choo, baby. Do you do like any brand deals? I do not. I do a couple. But nothing crazy. Ooh. Most of my sponsor streams end up being okay. Where did she go? Wait, do I die to fall damage here? Oh my God, I was like, do I die to fall damage here? I'll be pissed. I was like, is that done? My God, just stop fucking running, dude. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. I swear to fuck! I hate this fucking game. Like, my God. Girl, that pissed me right off. Girl, that pissed me right off. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Like, this is why they need to get rid of movement in this game. This is why you guys are like so obsessed with sucking Shockwave's dicks, but it's a problem. This is why it's a problem. This right here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jilly with the follow. Everybody loves Shockwaves, but this is the problem with them. And other movement items. It's shit like this where you're just constantly chasing until there's no movement. It's like, it's like whoever has the most movement at the end wins. I can't take it anymore. Ugh, God, that was so annoying. All right, lock it for the next one. Girl, that was crazy. Ugh, that was so annoying. Like, girl, he ran in 8 different directions. I'm like, oh my God. And he kept getting so low. I don't even know how he had health. I don't even know, because there's no way he could have stopped to heal, because literally every time I was hitting him for shot and he just kept healing. And I was like, is this man ever gonna die? Is this man ever gonna die? Like, it's so annoying. Oh, Christ on a cracker. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Uh, 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 uh. Sorry, I had a long message I had to type right there. Hi, King. Hi, y'all. Welcome in. Choose his tongue. I know. I get so focused. Hi, Marilyn. Thank you for the follow, Milwaukee. I appreciate it. Maybe it splashes. The thing is, I would say he had splashes, but the thing is, he didn't. There were no heal. There were no heal. Like, usually when somebody splashes, you see like the green plus, even through the walls. And I was on him the whole time. And he didn't have any green plus. So I think he just kept getting his overshield back up or something. I have no idea. I'll be so real. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I review the follow too. Probs overshield. I'm assuming it's the overshield, but I'm just like, I feel like every time I was hitting shots, it just was not like going anywhere. I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm locked in here for a minute, y'all. I'm locked in here for a minute. Or I was trying to be. And guys, if you're on TikTok, make sure, and you're seeing this in your FYP, can you say slay in the chat? Let me know if you're seeing this live out there for you. We unfortunately hopped off the FYP again, because I was typing an email that I had to respond to. Slay, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Bum, bum, bum. Girl, I swear. Now think of the heart me. You're the orange man. Girl, I swear. I can't. I like literally don't know what to do because I keep lagging out too. I like can't even move. I got stuck at the door. I'm so over it today, y'all. The lag is crazy. I keep just getting racked. I feel like I'm not aiming at all. Oh my God. It's misery. Oh dear. Girl, I can't wait to play Minecraft tomorrow. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, baddies. I'll tell you what, honey. I'll tell you what, queens. Work today? Yeah. I've been lagging like crazy today. Kiri, thank you for the follow. And it's like not lagging in the usual sense. Like that's what I keep trying to tell people. It's like, no, Josh, I didn't. It's not lagging in the usual sense in that like, usually when you lag, you know, you get like rubber banding or you freeze. I'm getting like stuttering. Like when I move, everything like stutters very slightly. So like when I go to like do a quick turn when I'm like in a 1v1, it's usually only really bad in a 1v1. And I go to turn and it's like, I'm like, hello? Minecraft, yeah. So we're planning to do Minecraft and Pokopia tomorrow. That's my plan. That's my plan. Yeah, and the movie's only like, we're gonna, yeah, I'm like, girl. It's very weird. And my ping is fine. I mean, my ping has been like, okay for the most part. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, and again, I'm not saying I'm not like, I'm also losing because I'm ass at the game, but I am like having this weird lagging sensation too on top of it. I'm also losing because I'm also terrible at the game, but I've been the stutter's been crazy. I'm also actively awful at the game. And that's the main reason why I'm losing. But I will chop some of it up to the lag, okay? Me coded. I will chop some of it up to the lag. Girls, isn't there usually a chest in here? Okay. See, like that. I didn't even move. Like, what was that squat there? I didn't even hit my control. Girl, what you doing? At least you're self-aware. Listen, I'll always blame other shit too, but I'll always be real and say, you know what? I'm also bad at the game. You know what I mean? For them legs. Yeah, I squat for those legs. I'll always also be like, girl, I'm also just ass at the game too. Again, I feel like the issue for me has always just been 1v1s the most. If I lose this fight, I'll be pissed. Okay, where did he go? Where the... I don't understand how they disappear. Hello? Like, girl, I was right there on you. Like, where did he couldn't have gotten that far away. He had no movement. He would have ran if he did. Oh, I hear him healing. Shit. And I'm dead. And now I die to him. Watch. Watch, guys. 40 bucks as I die to him. 40 bucks. Damn it. What the hell is this guy doing here? I didn't even see him. Are you... That's not even... where was that person even at? My God. Girl needs a drink. All right, we got maybe one or two more left in us, y'all. One or two more. Sorry. This is TikTok is messaging me right now, guys. So I just have to respond to this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just messaging TikTok because I'm like, girl, people aren't seeing my live, and they're like, actually, people are seeing your live, and I'm like, they're not. People are actively saying in my chat that they're not seeing me live on TikTok. Girl, if I'm dead already, I'm gonna be like, yeah. Okay, there we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. All right. And baddies, over your daily heart me's if you're coming in on TikTok. They help a bunch. I do appreciate it. Body, body, body. Honey, we're almost out there. I was like, oh, baddie, you. Okay, swap those around. Oh my God, hello. Hi, my duckly darling. How are you? What's the skin? It's part of the Dreamer bundle ages ago. It's been around for a bit. I don't know the next time it'll be in the shop, but it's an older skin, or it's an older-ish skin. It's part of a bundle ages ago. Do we think of the heart me? It's such a good skin. No, it's a good one. I can't lie. It's a pretty good one. Why am I throwing this? I don't want to throw this right now. Girl, hello. It's one of my fave skins. I actually really do like it. I actually actively really like it. I'm not shitting you guys. It's called the Sleepy Twink. That's me on a good day. Actually, the Sweepy. Am I an otter? I guess I'm an otter. I guess I'm an otter. I guess I'm an otter compared to anything else. Girl, hello. Okay, bye. What's your favorite skin? My favorite skin right now is this one, but I do love the Maleficent skin a lot. I do. Do you play Fortnite with friends or just on stream? I only play Fortnite on stream. I know that's crazy to say. I used to play it a lot off stream, but I don't play it on stream very much. Liana, I have not. Only because I'm trying to avoid showcasing stuff right now. Ah, I knew that was going to happen. Damn it. I knew it. The moment I moved, I knew the moment I moved, she was going to wait for. Did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Girl, she going to get me too. Girl, she going to get me too. Every damn day. Oh, she just. I do play Rivals. I have not played off stream though in a hot minute. Have you seen the Hot Lucy? But no, I haven't looked at the new Hot Lucy and West skin. And Tiffany, thank you for the heart me. Guys, they're so sweaty today. I saw Chalk Denny tweeted something very interesting about matchmaking, and I was like, maybe there is something going on. And guys, I want to thank you. We did hit 165k taps. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So thank you, thank you. Okay. So thank you for the taps as well. I really appreciate it. I do kind of want to look at the Hot Lucy and West skin though, because now that you say it, I want to see a hot man. Now that you say it, I want to see a hot man. Where is he? Where is he? It's far down. Is it an older skin? Do I already have I might already have this skin. I might already have this skin. Oh yeah. No, I don't have this one. The crop top. You might have been Chloe. Did you just eliminate me in a bush? Was I in a bush at the whatever it's called? If it was, you're banned. I'm kidding. If it was, you're blocked, babes. You're blocked. Awooga, honey. Yeah, he looks good. Wait a minute. Now pause.
Look out. I think Moto likes you.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. A man in a crop top. Crop top?
Here he comes.
Does it for me. A man in a crop top does it for me. I won't lie to you. It's giving curry. It is. A man in a crop top does it for me. I'm not gonna lie. Scarlett, I don't think it changed. I have no idea. Top cropped? Honey. All right, guys, this will probably be our last round for the day. We have reached our 5 hours of stream. And honestly, y'all, my brain is a little fried from the meds. Do you like Femmes or Mask? No, Capella. Honestly, I like both. I'm not gonna be here and be like, I'm not a pure. Listen, I'll do anything. Okay. Let me just sip my coffee and shut up, okay? Let me just sip my coffee and shut up, all right? Scarlett, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let me just sip my coffee and shut up. I think I'm more of a twink baddie than a mask baddie. Oh God, what I gotta shut up. We gotta stop talking here, okay? Makes sense. Okay. Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? Makes sense. What is that supposed to mean? Okay. Okay. Guys, we are just 9 followers away on TikTok from 90 followers to stream. If you're scrolling by and want to follow for a zesty bestie, we'll give you a little love right now. You can't do 2 bottoms though? Okay. Okay. Hi, Meredith. Welcome back. He watches Glee. Is that supposed to be a slur? Are you saying a slur to me because I watch Glee? How's Fortnite going? We did get 2 wins. You know what? I have to say, the games were awful. Like, the fact that I did get 2 wins today is better than nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I usually average 1 win, if that, a stream. So 2 is pretty good. I can't complain too much there. I can't complain too much there. You know what I mean? I'm saying there's hot twinks on Glee. Oh, yeah. Girl. Why did I get 2 Skyline deployers? Okay, that's fine. In solos, right back to duo fill every time. We should have played duo fills today. We should have played duo fills. We absolutely should have. You got to win? Nice. Hi, Pookie. Hi, 64. How are you? Once there was a way to get back homeward. Rivalry started. And watch the live. I'm so glad you're here. And guys, over your daily harmonies, if you're joining in. Another girl like Gemini duo. I agree, Kels. I want to play more duos with streamers too. I've been like, oh, I need to find more streamers who play during the day to do like duos with them and stuff. But that's on my list to do. That's on my list to do. I don't watch the Secret Lives. No. In here, maybe? Wait, I have too many people. There's somebody else near me, I think. It's a bot. It's a bot. The shirt's QBSC. Thank you. Yeah, we played with Teresa quite a bit. Teresa streams sometimes later than I do. Oh, there he is. Shit. Got him. Wait. Oh, those are pizzas. I was like, what is this? Yeah. Eventually I'll get back into the, I'm trying to like let my meds adjust to my body before I change my stream time again or do later streams. You know what I mean? I'm trying to let my, wait, I'm missing my shocks. Where'd they go? Did I use all my shocks, guys? Or are they gone? Wait, hello? Am I blind? Check out the window. Were they, did I throw them outside? Hello? On the right? Wait, am I blind? Wait, which right? Oh my God. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Are they gone? Lisa, thank you for the heart. Me, they go popular. It's Scarlett, thank you for the follow. Wait. Oh, they somehow ended up top here? I was not even in this room. Girl, that's weird, right? I wasn't even in that room, right? I feel like I grabbed them when I was down on the, that's weird. I mean, whatever. That's kind of odd. That's suspicious. That's suspicious, honey. What the glitch? Viking Queen with the follow. Welcome in. Either bots fighting or they're really slow at taking a win here. Bum, bum, bum. But if you go to a coffee shop, what would you get? I normally get an oat milk latte. I don't like to venture a lot when I'm in a coffee shop because you never know. You know what I mean? And I feel like an oat milk latte is a safe choice. I feel like that's a safe choice no matter where you go. You know what? Oh, Jesus! Ivy Blooms, I hope you get poison ivy, bitch. Okay? Oh, and bought the mother of dragon skin too. Wow. Wow. Scab. Breaking the picket fence line. Wow. Megan, thank you for the follow. I'll do one more for us. One more for us, and then we're wrapping up. Okay. One more, girlies. Calling you an Uber. Ugh. I hope her toenails fall. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bum, bum, bum. I didn't, but nobody gifted it to me except for the last one. But I will say, I will never buy another skin again. All right. And it's very, very important that I also will not wear the new skin until it's out of the shop. I wear it all today. It will not be on my body until it is out of the shop so that I'm not advertising it. Okay. Okay. And Lola, thank you for the tiny bunnies. And Ashley as well. Period. Bum, 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 bum. What should we be talking about? The Hercules skins. I did end up, somebody gifted me the Hades one, but I did get the other two just because one, I bought the credits for them. But I decided that if there was one skin, if you've been a part of my stream for however long, you know that anytime somebody asks me what skins do you want to see in Fortnite, I literally have always said Hercules. Every time somebody asks me, I literally have always said Hades and Hercules. Literally since I think I started playing Fortnite, or since I got the Maleficent skin at least. So I did break and buy it. I got gifted one of them, but bought the other two. But I won't wear them until after they're out of the shop because I don't want to advertise them right now. Oh, Carolina, it's good to see you. And it's just fine. You come when you can. As always, though, your presence is a present here. I mean that. I mean that. I really do. I know some days you guys might not believe it, but I do mean it. Okay. Okay. Ashcash, thank you for the heart me. What's for dinner? I have a tuna casserole. I know, get it right. That's the real crazy part. I have a tuna. I'm sitting on your stove, girl. I'm hot. Girl, my ass is warm. You better take me off. I'm sitting on your stove. Girl, my ass is warm. Oh my God. One thing I hate, by the way, y'all, this is so random. But I believe it. Wait, believe what? I hate heated seats in a car. Can I just say, it never feels good. I never enjoy it. I always feel like I'm going to pass out from my ass being so hot. Am I the only one? Yeah, I just hate it. I'll be in like a friend's car and they'll be like, you want the heated on? And I'm like, no, I don't want it on. And what do I do? And what do I do here? Oh my God. Girl, that was like such a bad girl. Whatever. Ugh. Feels like my skin is cooking. Right? Feels like your skin is cooking, honey. All right, one more, and then we're done. One more, and then we're done. I mean it this time. One more, and then we're done. All right. One more, and then we're done. That one didn't count because we went so quick. We went so quick. Makes me sneeze. I don't know why. Yeah. Again, I don't like being hot. I would much rather be cold than hot. Like, I could live being hot or cold. I could not live being hot all the time. So, like, when I have heated seats on me, I'm like, ugh. Lingorian, we didn't hit the goal on TikTok. We have to hit the goals on TikTok to do karaoke. Do you see how I was literally, did you guys see that? How I was hitting those shots on her and they weren't damaging her at all for a second? Did you guys see that though? Until the last like 3 shots they hit her. You guys saw that, right? Right, you guys clocked that, right? Like that wasn't, did you guys see that? Oh, I hate it. I'm doing good, Karita, welcome in. Like those were legit blanks there. And I was like directly hitting her. Like I wasn't like, she was walking in a straight line. You know what I mean? Like that was a bot walking in a straight ass line. The heat is not the same. See, I don't like the heat. I don't. That was a bot walking in a straight line. Like I clocked that. I clocked that. I clocked that, T. Oh, girl. I'd rather be cold than hot, at least. Yeah, there's something about, yeah. Well, some of those bots is that I was, those were like straight blanks. Double rare, they heat up inside. Yeah, and they make my ass feel like it's on fire. Makes my ass feel like it's on fire, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. And I crave the only time I really like it, like a warm seat, is when it's like freezing out and you're just getting into your car after like cleaning it off or something. I think that's the only time I'm like, oh yeah, I take a seat warmer then. But otherwise, I'm like, girl, no thank you. I'm good. Girl, no thank you. I'm fine. You know what I mean? So you like heated seats in the movies? They have heated seats in the movie. What movies are you going to they have heated seats at? Okay, rich bitch. Okay, rich bitch. Damn. Oh no, it's a Juice World. This is not good for us. This is not good. Wait, where is he? Oh my God. Never mind, I got him. Cinemark has heated seats? Wait, really? And a third party. I'm telling you guys, they just wait. I'm telling you, they just wait for me. Like, girl. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A heated movie theater sounds like my literal nightmare. I'll be so real with you. I'll be so real with you guys. A heated movie theater sounds like my biggest nightmare to me. Hi, Lexi. How are you? Yeah, I don't really go to the movies very often. I like a reclining seat, but I'll be real. I'd fall asleep. I'd never end up watching the movie. I'd like, my ass would like pass out. You know what I mean? Where? Below? Jesus. Girl, where? Girl, move. Girl, move. Do something. Do something. Kill me or don't kill me. I don't give a shit. But at this point, just come up here. At this point, I'm just annoyed. At this point, just pick or choose, girl. The little fishy does nothing. He just kind of sits here. Girl, come up to the roof, please. Oh my God. It's got to be an AI, right? No, now there's two people. God damn it. Oh my God! She took my spot. I'm dipping. Hold on. I'm gonna run. I ain't getting third partied, okay? I ain't getting third partied there. All right, I'm not doing it. Jamie, thank you for the heart me. Because for the gifties, I appreciate that. I am not getting third partied there. I refuse. I refuse to get third partied. That was ridiculous. I know. So it wasn't a bot after all. It was just a bad player. I swear, every round is like this. It's like, it's so ratty. Every round is so ratty lately. But yeah, no, heated seats sound awful in the movie theater. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. It's so ratty. You either are the you have to either avoid the ratty or become the ratty. You know what I mean? Like you can't, oh no, come on now. Give me the big one. You can't have it both ways. Damn it. You can't have it both ways. Okay, we got somebody up here. Where's the other? There's somebody else here. There's somebody else here, honey. Yeah, the 20 charges is crazy on the gloves. I have no movement. I gotta go. Oh, there they are. The 20 charges is crazy. Unless you are sweat. Am I sweating? Hi, Brittany. How are you? I'm gonna use this last one to get up here. Please have some in here. Maybe for me, movement for me? No. No movement? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Who needs movement? Not me. But yeah, I think they need to have, I think that the glove should have duration. Like, I don't think they should have like a 20 count. I think it should be like, if you have, kind of like how the base boost gloves are, where you have like, it starts green and then it slowly goes down. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of like what it should be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like 100% go to 0. Yeah. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate that. I think that's the best way, I think, to run it. You know what I mean? Over there. Okay, bot. I'm doing good. Hi, Jamaz. How are you?
Sashay away.
Okay. Somebody else is near here. I gotta move again, though. Top 10. Okay. Okay. Hi, Mickey. How are you? Hi, hell yeah. Welcome in. Let him cook, honey. Let him cook. Welcome in. If you're just running in, guys, hope you're having a fabulous Monday. I think we have to end on a victory royale, Madison. Loki eating this round. Yeah, some rounds I cook and then some rounds I don't. Really depends on the day for me. Really depends on the day. My Monday was good. I can't complain. Nami not reloaded. Nami not reloaded. Oh, honey. Nami not reloaded. You making some chowder? Oh, okay. Papa's making some chowder. Anything to buy here? Let's see. Nada. Nada. Do you like bologna? Girl, don't you dare ask me that damn question. That's this. That joke is worse than 6'7" at this point, okay? I don't know, Kels. I need to see Project Hail Mary. Yes, my mom went and saw it yesterday and she said it was so good and I'd love it. I haven't read, people said I should read the book. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Am I dumb? Wait, where is she? Girl, she's so low. She's a fucking breath. I swear to Christ, if I die right now to this guy, I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed. I said if I die to this guy right now because I have no ammo, and I'm getting third partied. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. I knew, and of course it's the condom skin too. Of course it's the condom skin. I knew it was gonna happen. You cannot even get a kill in these games without literally having a third party happen. Every time. Every time. That damn skin. That damn skin. Anyways, you know what? The games were good today. I can't complain. I can't complain. Still a good last round, you know? All right, baddies. This is where we're going to wrap up for the afternoon. I know. I know. Unfortunately, it is the time where we say good night. Thank you. I'm a little tired. My meds are kicking in still, and I'm adjusting to them. We will be live tomorrow at our usual time, so make sure to come join us for that. I think we're going to do Minecraft and Pokopia tomorrow. Okay, Melly, no worries. So make sure to join us for that tomorrow. We'll be live around 1:30 EST. Just about that time. I want to thank you for joining us. Please join us on Twitch for the raid. We're going to raid on out to someone. So come join us for the raid. But otherwise, I want to thank you for being who you are. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for if you hung out, if you did anything at all, just thank you for being here. Y'all are amazing. The rest of your evening, I'm going to probably not too much. Probably not much. I don't even know. I don't know, Jamie. I have no idea. I'll be real. I'll figure it out when I get off here. But I love you guys. Thank you for being you. Thank you for just hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. TikTok, this is where we're wrapping up here. Lots of love to you. I'll see you tomorrow. And adios. Bye, baddies. Come join us for the raid on Twitch. Bye. All righty. Let's see who we've got live today. Oh my God, so many friends alive. Is there any? I need to find some new folks to raid who are new. That's what I need to do. That is on my list. I need to find more people to raid. Let's go raid Barry Kate 28. We haven't raided Barry Kate in a hot minute, y'all. Let's raid Barry Kate 28. I do want to thank you guys. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for being you and for being wonderful and fabulous. And thank you for your support as always. Just even if you hung out, if you lurked, if you watched, if you talked about watching men in their gray sweatpants and looking at their dick print, all those things. I'm thankful for all of it. Okay. So ladies, go print hunting or whatever it is. All right. Have a beautiful evening. Take care of yourselves. Get some rest. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye, baddies. I love you. See you next time. Adios.